led to the corruption that we are exposed to. Majority of the things that the state can do on its own get to be outsourced. It's still not making sense as to why should we advertise a tender of buying toilet papers when we buy toilet papers every day in our houses without issuing any tender, because we know where toilet papers are being sold. It's simple things like that that leads to corruption. And therefore the building of a state capacity will go a long way in eradicating corruption. Tenders must be on sophisticated, very difficult things to do, not on simple things like patching potholes, which can be done internally. Those are 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars of the EFF. The first, which is the main, is the expropriation of land without compensation, because land represents the economic struggle that we are pursuing. Land is fundamental in a sense that when the colonialists and the settlers arrived here, they took our land by force. We remain a conquered nation for as long as we have not reclaimed the land and returned it into the hands of the rightful owners. So the land represents the wealth and the land that was taken. So when we say we want to expropriate land without compensation, amongst other things, we demand our cattle, because they took cattle, they took livestock, they took arable, fertile land. We don't want a rotten land. We want prime land in the hands of the people. And that you can restore it in the hands of the people by giving it to the state. The state become the custodian of the land. In that way, no single individual owns the land. All of us go to the state and make our ideas known to the state as to what do we want to do with this land. So someone says it means we're not going to be owning our own houses. That is vulgarizing the whole point. Because even where we own our houses now, we still go to the state to issue a permission. And that permission is called a title deed. So still state in a privately owned arrangement, the state plays a role. The water that we drink today is state owned. But no one has ever woken up in the morning and say, today I feel less ownership of my water because it's state ownership. We all drink the water freely. And we never felt like we are less owners of the water because the water is owned by the state. The mineral rights were owned, my lord, by private companies before 1994. Those mineral rights were put under the state as a custodian of mineral rights. Today, the same Anglo-American which owned the rights must now go and apply from the state to get a permission to mine our mineral rights. Investors, Anglo-American, all of them, you can think of them. They've never once said, we feel less owners of the mines because we get a permission or a license from government. Why can't we do the same with the land? That we give the land to our people through the ownership of the state, and all of us go and state our case.
Sure. Now, I've drawn a couple of indicators from your answer, and I want to zone in on a couple of them, just for the sake of emphasis. The first you suggested is that land is fundamental because it speaks to the whole concept of the economy. Am I capturing you correctly?
Absolutely.
What that means to me, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just drawing conclusions from what you said. If I understand you correctly, then you're suggesting the idea of land reform and land justice is not limited to the question of land for its own sake, but there are economic aspects that flow from that issue. Is it not so?
Absolutely.
and you say land represents wealth. What do you mean by that?
Land comes with everything. There is nothing that you can do without the land. Whether you want beautiful beaches, you want the land. Whether you want to industrialize, you want to mine, you want to develop property, you need the land. Land is everything. Hence, when they arrived here, they didn't take anything. The first thing they took is the land through the wars of dispossession. So they had an appreciation that if they take the land, everything else will fall into place.
Yes. Have you, as the EFF, come across, you give the correct term if I'm using wrong ones, I'm just drawing from what you've said. Have you come across systems, establishments, call it what you want, that are hindrance to that ideology?
Well, the white monopoly capital and the ANC government are part of the establishment which wants to undermine the struggle for economic emancipation. White monopoly capital, in a sense that they are the dominant owners of the means of production, and at the center of that is the land. And they will never agree that they must release the land into the hands of all. Our struggle is a struggle to get a white Afrikaner working class woman owning a ocean, its own, and relation of such class is its relationship with the means of production. And therefore, when you are an Afrikaner female who doesn't own a piece of land excluded by Afrikaner males, and you don't own any strategic means of production, you belong to a working class. And therefore the struggle that the land should be transferred into the hands of our people in this contest for a leftist organization with an internationalist outlook that subscribes to Marx and Lenin, who are white, by the way, will mean that every person, black, white, Indian or colored, should benefit from the ownership of strategic means of production in South Africa.
Yes. Now you've alluded to the question or the concepts of establishment and system. What do those concepts mean?
The white monopoly capital is those who own the monopoly of the economy. They own monopoly industries, they own the land, they own the banks, and they own anything that you can think of strategically in the economy. Then the ANC government has been reduced to the manager of the affairs of the state on behalf of the ruling class, which is the white monopoly capital.
Let me understand.
And therefore, the sensitivity of being white and not listening to the rest of the sentence is actually naive. That when we say white monopoly capital, because I'm white, they mean me. You'll have to work very hard. It goes beyond the skin color, Papa. So it's not that every white person owns in the economy of South Africa. There are a lot of them, especially the white females, who are excluded from the ownership of anything strategic in the economy of South Africa. They too remain victims of their white counterparts who are refusing to allow them participation in the economy of South Africa.
So let me understand. The ideology is not race-focused. It's focused on what you refer to as a system that excludes not only black people, but but a sector of the white race as well. And you give an example of white women. Is that so?
Our struggle is a class struggle. Its aim is to overrule the white establishment in a form of white monopoly capital by the working class. So the working class must win over the ruling class. And that ruling class, unfortunately, in the South African context, is racial, because you find at the helm of it white monopoly capital. Capital by its own nature in other nations is not defined by race. But in the South African context, we come from a segregated arrangement where white minority were privileged over black people. And hence now, it moves beyond the issue of class. It now includes race, because our segregation and exclusion was not only on the basis of class, it was also on the basis of race.
Yes. And if I understand you correctly, the fight against establishment, you've confirmed, is not race-based as a first principle.
Absolutely.
As a second principle, it's also not focused just on white monopoly capital. It's also focused on what one may perceive as a black-led government.
Absolutely.
And that's the ideology of the EFF.
Yes. So if you read the expropriation of land without compensation for equal redistribution, it says for equal redistribution. It doesn't say expropriation of land without compensation from white people to black people. It says expropriation of land for equal distribution. So meaning all of us stand to benefit at the end or at the success of this revolution we're engaged in. Yes. So there's no way where a race is used in the characterization of the struggle we're pursuing. Yes. We speak about no race as it stands to benefit. But unwittingly, my Lord, when this revolution wins, majority of the people who will benefit from it will be black people, because they were excluded as a race. And therefore, when you say you are fighting for the oppressed to be economically liberated, the question then is, who are the blacks? Who are the oppressed? And the answer is the blacks. And therefore, people start looking at it through the racial lines, which were not designed by us. They were designed by the colonialists who divided us through race.
Yes. Sorry, I just want to finish this thought. Let's pause there for a second. I'm going to ask my attorney to play a video for you. And I want you to watch it carefully, because I'm going to ask you questions around it. Just capture the essence of the video.
My Lord, there is no place here to...
You said...
I came with a pen to write, but there is no place to put.
Turn around.
No, I wanted to write, but I'm saying there is no table.
Oh, I see. Let's see if we can organize one for you with the court's permission.
Yes.
Are you comfortable there, Mr. Malema?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I wanted to write if something comes up in the video.
Doesn't your attorney have maybe a hard book that he can put on?
Yeah, if I can get a hard book. Yeah, this one.
Yes, maybe we should just pause here, Mr. Malema, and just indicate to you we've had some experience with other witnesses. You're not permitted to read from any book.
Yes.
Unless with the permission of the court and prior indication what it relates to, or if you don't have your cell phone with you.
No.
Good.
Yes.
You like me. I always say to people, if anybody dies, even if I have the cell phone in front of me, I'm not going to change.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just to give the context of the video for the benefit of the court and the public, what we are about to broadcast is a clip where the second respondent, Mr. Julius Malema, who was then the president of the African National Congress Youth League, addressed the youth. Let's play the video.
That's here across the road. So they think that no, if there's going to be any uprising, it will go to Union Building. On our way, we will pass by. So we sort ourselves out properly. And then we can go to the sitting president and say, President Zuma, for sure you got a report about what happened in Nisante. So we just want some commitments and time frames because we know you have elected. Just give us a time frame. When will you resolve this matter? And then on our way back, we'll also pass by the Sante. We are managing.
Your Lordship, we just want to get the sequencing right. So when I uploaded the video, I sent it to my attorney and then it swapped the sequence of the videos. I'm going to ask for the permission of the court to replay the video in the proper sequence. Same video.
But Mr. Kasiboto, if I could just come in here, this is the video that relates to the case that was finally heard by Justice Lamont. Or is that, does it fall beyond that period?
Well, the video speaks to the ideology of the second respondent himself.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with that case.
It's not about the song as such. It's about
No,
the...
it's unrelated.
Okay.
That colonizers stole us. That colonizers stole the land. It's them who told us. We get this from all these leaders of the ANC. Today they are in government, of course we understand they may try to be diplomatic. But you taught us that colonizers stole the land. And when you steal, you commit a criminal activity. And once you commit a criminal activity, you are a criminal, you must be treated as such. That's what we learned from them. They can disassociate with it today, we understand. They must be honorable in approach. But we don't have that responsibility, it's their responsibility. We say it the way it is, they must come and polish it. So that as long as the product is the same, we have no problem. Because capital has got some small mentality. Capital suffers from a mind of a rat. They think if there's going to be an uprising, it's only the ANC which is going to be overthrown. They don't know that we'll start with them. Here in Saturday, our people will just walk from Alexander, just across the street, open the fridge, and just bless themselves with cheese and everything else they find in that. Before we even reach Union Building, we will start here.
We'll now play the second part of the same.
Start here. That's here across the road. So they think that no, if there's going to be any uprising, it will go to Union Building. On our way, we will pass by. So we sort ourselves out properly. And then we can go to the sitting president and say, President Zuma, for sure you got a report about what happened in Nisante. So we just want some commitments and time frames because we know you have elected. Just give us a time frame when will you resolve this matter? And then on our way back, we'll also...
Now, Mr. Malema, I'm just going to draw what I perceive from the video. You will either confirm, deny, or qualify what I'm saying. What I draw from the video is that there's this idea that there's unhappiness about the route that's been taken by the ANC. Is that so? Is that a fair?
Yes.
Yes. And you say in response to that unhappiness, you're going to march to the union buildings. Is that so?
Yes.
Who was at the union buildings at the time?
The ANC president and ANC government.
Were you the member of the ANC at the time?
Yes.
In fact, you were the leader of the Youth League, were you not?
I was president of the Youth League.
Yes. So your attack in this specific circumstance is in relation to the ANC itself.
Well, I am saying to the leadership of the ANC that if we cannot resolve the problem of land ownership in South Africa and usher in economic freedom, there will be an unled revolution in South Africa. An unled revolution is anarchy, and anarchy is the highest state of disorder. So it means that people rise on their own, my lord, and they've got no leadership. And when they will attack without any discrimination. When they go past Sandton, as they take the cheese, they will not discriminate as to whose house it is. Actually, we who stay in Sandton now, black people, are going to be the victims of such an unled revolution, because they will see us as people who have sold them out. They will see us as people who have abandoned them and joined the elite in the suburbs. And therefore, it is not in anyone's interest to keep the land ownership in the hands of the few, to keep the economy in the hands of the few. We have a situation here, my lord, where the rich have become more richer and the poor have become more poorer. And when you use just such words, it's when you try to be polite. But in the real meaning of things, it means whites have become more richer and blacks have become more poor. One old white person one day was trying to create, he thought he was creating a joke with me. And he said to me, Julius, had we known that democracy was going to be this nice to us as white people and we can make money even in the townships, then we would have given you freedom before 1976 and avoided children dying, because we are now even trading in the areas we couldn't trade, and we're now making more money. And we could have given you this freedom long before had we known that actually we're going to be the beneficiaries. He was insulting me because we thought it was going to benefit us, but they became the beneficiaries more than the oppressed.
Yes. With that being said, let's now zone in onto the impugned song, which is the subject matter of this trial. Did you observe the videos that were presented by the complainant showing you singing and chanting?
Yes.
From your viewing of those videos, did you sing "Kill the Boer"?
No. I think you've got the wrong man. I didn't sing "Kill the Boer."
Very well.
Even in the videos that they have presented before my Lord, not a single video shows me singing "Kill the Boer." So I think they are looking for a wrong person.
Yes. But let's try and deconstruct the song anyway. And the song in question I'm referring to is "Kill the Boer."
Yeah.
Do you know where it started?
No.
Did you start the song?
No.
How did you know of the song?
Well, I sang the song. I was taught the song when I was very young. I joined the struggle when I was 9 years. Part of what they did to us, my Lord, was to try and teach us struggle songs. Our job in the Young Pioneers, they will take us, teach us struggle songs. They will give us some wooden guns to teach us how to hold a gun, how to shoot. They will also teach us the martial drilling, crowd control, and when they are protest, they will actually send us way in advance with the tires. Because we're young and unsuspecting, we can just push tires with ease, and then we go and drop them where the older comrades want to block the roads. So that's what we did. And I sang this song, and here I'm saying in the presence of President Mtlante, President Zuma, and I can't remember who else was here, that everything else I'm saying or doing or singing, I learned from them. We were taught these songs when we were young.
Yes. You say you were taught this song. Did they teach you what the song means?
Well, we understood through political education what the songs meant. They made us understand that it is important to always not take the songs in their literal meaning. So you've got the song, and then you've got a political education, because like those who came before us said, that a soldier with a gun without a political education is a potential criminal. And therefore, they gave us politics. And it is through those political education that we understood that the songs referred to the system of oppression. So, what?
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Please hold that thought. I think it's important, and I need you to repeat it for me.
Yeah.
You're saying the song was directed and meant towards a system. Is that what you say?
Absolutely. A system of oppression. So, anything that symbolized the establishment at the time, my Lord, when black police drove into black townships with police vans, we used to run and say, there comes the Boers. But there were no Boers in the vans. It was black police. So anything that symbolizes the system was referred to as Amapun. So, and that's how we always understood these things to be referred to.
Yes. And you've alluded to my next part of the question. In the song, Kill the Boer, what does Boer mean?
Well, a Boer will mean a farmer to us, because farmers are the face of land dispossession. So if you take a farmer and you take the land question, you give the land question a face, and that face becomes a farm. But the struggle, why the farmer, is the struggle of the land. And the person who represents the land disposition is the farmer. And that's what Amabunu, farmer, will always be used interchangeably.
Yes. Let's pause for a second there.
But do you know that today, and it has always been the case, that to show that the concept Boer or white or Mulungu does not refer necessarily to to a particular race. Today, my Lord, if you are rich and you employ people, in my language, but they say to you, hey, white man, even when you are black, because whiteness represents the ownership. So a person who says to me, Lukhua or white person.
Do you mind allowing your lordship? I think he's inundated with something for a second.
Sorry?
You cover.
No, I'm fine. I'll indicate if I need to slow down.
Okay. Yes, please make
so
the point again.
If a person says to you, Lukhua, right, you can't say, or Mlung. They even call you Mlung because you are the owner of a farm, or you are the owner of a shop, or you are the owner of a restaurant, and your employees refer you as such, because that's what came to be the face of the ownership of the economy.
Yes. Do you perhaps know of any other song, the face of it appear as instigation of violence? But once you see it, because you've alluded to the question of understanding songs within a context, is there any other struggle song you can think of where on the face of it, it appears as instigation or incitement, but once you understand the context, it means something else?
Well, my Lord, firstly, we must agree that these are struggle songs, and they represented a particular cause against the system. And therefore, to declare it as a hate, it means declaring that our struggle was a hate. At the trial here is our struggle for justice. That must be declared a hate by the court, which will be extremely wrong. There's a song we used to sing, and we still sing in the political gatherings, my Lord. It says, Gibela phezu kwendlu batshela umama uyajabula masishaya amabhunu. So it says, go on top of the house. My mother becomes happy when we hit white people, right? And what is interesting about it is that it uses mother. Our mothers will never be happy that we are hitting or killing other people. But our mothers, who have enjoyed the pain of oppression for a very long time, became happy with us when we started fighting the system of oppression. They became happy with us because they were at a point when they could no longer tolerate that which was happening to them. So we use this song to tell everybody that our mothers, the non-violent people, are now even approving of our struggle. Masishaya Mapunu means Masishaya system of oppression and exclusion. Our parents are happy. How can our mothers be happy that we kill people? Our mothers are not monsters. Our mothers have never been known to be monsters. And we use them to demonstrate that if it can be approved by mothers, it means it's a justifiable call. We don't use the father figure in that song because the father ordinarily, and because of masculinity, is associated with violence. So if you say my father approves of me hitting white people, but it's obvious those ones is violent people, why do you even say that? But we use a mother because mothers are peaceful people who never and will never agree to hitting or killing of anyone. But at a face value, if there is anyone who doesn't understand the context within which we are using the mother and the hitting and all of that, you will think that these people are saying their mothers who have no history of murdering people are now approving that we must murder them, which is a complete distortion. We seeked our mother's approval. We still do even today, because that which mothers can approve, it means it is on the correct path.
Yes. On that very idea of analyzing and interpreting struggle songs and the importance of context and understanding, the underlying message to the song. I'm going to play a video. Just to give context to the video again, what will be broadcast is a clip of the former President Thabo Mbeki addressing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, explaining the meaning of the song Kill the Boer. That's the context. I'm going to ask my team to play the entire video. Once we are done, we're going to replay the video, asking for a pause at certain points to make the point. My apologies, my lord. We seem to have connectivity issues again. Yes, ma'am.
Plug it onto the laptops.
Perhaps let's do this, my lord. We'll come back to this point once we've dealt with the technical issues. Let's go back to the evidence that was laid earlier, Mr. Malema.
His assistants, do you want us to call them because they could probably help?
Would appreciate that, my lord.
Okay, Noktula. Noktula. Can you call the IT to come in? Thank you. You wanted to proceed in whilst waiting for the...
Yes, perhaps we should do that, my lord, while they sort this out. Mr. Malema, let me take you through the evidence that was laid on behalf of the complainant, Afriforum. There was a suggestion by an expert witness on behalf of Afriforum, Mr. Ernst Rootz, that he sourced material from your Facebook page. In other words, let me be specific. He says he sourced a screen grab of a comment by one of your supporters from your Facebook page. Have you ever had a Facebook page?
No. No.
Have you ever had a Facebook profile?
No.
Do you have a Facebook page?
No.
Do you have a Facebook profile?
No. I have Twitter.
What was also suggested by the same witness is that you specifically, and a leader in general, takes decisions alone, without consultation with our constituents. It says you specifically. I then put a proposition to him that you're going to come here and attest to the systems that are in place in the EFF on how decisions are made. Do you want to take us through that?
Well, I don't even see why that is even arising, because Roots is not an expert on EFF, and he has never claimed to be. He's not a member. He will never be a member. He doesn't qualify because he's a racist, and the EFF doesn't accept racists as its members. And therefore, he doesn't even, he can't even have a claim of any sort when it comes to EFF processes. The EFF, my lord, a member joins with 10 rand for 2 years and is issued with a membership card, and that member then participates in the branch. A branch must have 100 members for it to elect its own leadership. The member will belong there, and they will discuss issues affecting society and the EFF at the branch, which will ultimately lead to the regional People's Assembly, where branches of the EFF in Johannesburg or a particular region come together in a conference to discuss issues of the EFF and elect their own leadership and take their own resolution. It will happen with the province and ultimately what we call a National People's Assembly, where more than 4,000 delegates come together to discuss issues affecting society, to receive a report from the president, the secretary, and the treasurer, and also elect members of the Central Command Team, which is the highest decision-making body in between the National People's Assemblies, which takes decisions from time to time. So that's how decisions of the EFF are taken. But because there are 4,000 black people under one roof, majority of them, Roots will think like that about them, because that's how racists think about our people, that they can't think that there is a one man who dictates to them. Amongst our people, my lord, we've got lawyers, senior counsels, we've got PhD students, we've got former leaders of the Feast Must Fall generation, very militant and radical, who don't take instructions from anyone because their upbringing has always been like that, defiance of the system, and therefore no one can just dictate to them. These are critical thinkers. The EFF prides itself that of all political parties, the EFF thrive through superior logic. And that superior logic cannot come from one individual. It will be ideas of the best of the best. So Roots will not have that appreciation, because the black people Roots know the first black person he saw is a domestic worker in his house when he grew up. The second black person he saw was a security guard at the gate when he got out. The third black person he saw was a cashier at the shop owned by white people. The fourth black person he saw was the cleaners where he went to school. Those are the blacks he has had an interaction with, and he thinks of us like that because that is his exposure to black people, and therefore always characterizing us as non-thinkers, as baboons, as people who can't think. That's why if they hear a leader says kill the Boer, they can go into the house and take machete and go and kill people, because these are non-thinkers. That's how they view us, that's how they characterize us. It's unfortunate that we find ourselves in a society where we coexist with such people who look at us and who think of us like that. We don't think like that about them. Our leaders never thought of like that about them. Despite the fact that they engaged in genocide of black people when they came here, despite conquering us in the wars of dispossession, despite killing kids in 1976 and in the 80s, we don't think of them like that. We never thought of them like that, but they think like that about us. That's very bad.
just to wrap up this point, has Mr. Rhodes ever been to any of the EFF processes that lead to decisions that you've referred to now?
No, he has never been.
Let's then revert to the video I wanted to play earlier. I understand now it is on screen, it's available. Just to give the context again for the benefit of the court. It's a clip of the former president, Mr. Thabo Mbeki, giving evidence at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Firstly, I'll play it in full, it's about 3 minutes long, and then I'll ask you to play it again with interruptions.
They would be doing this thing. It's not a statement. You see, part of the problem with this is that somebody who comes from outside of that African culture interpreted it. And indeed, when you then write there, Peter Mkaba said, kill the Boer, kill a farmer, he didn't. In the sense of a statement which represents policy. And it would not have been taken as a statement that represents policy. So there's no ANC policy which says kill a farmer, kill a Boer and all that. But there would be a language of all sorts. You have a Zulu song, not quite a Gwejo, but it's traditional songs. Now, that's not a statement. It's not a statement I'm making that I will never visit Zululand. It's a song. I don't think we really. I really don't think that this certainly, I don't know Peter, whether Peter is here. He likes doing these things. And you could do different ones and you could translate them. The different chants. And they will be saying different things. Different things about the struggle. This particular one was picked out, as I say, and interpreted from outside of African culture and presented as a political statement. It never was.
Would I be correct in saying that what you've communicated to us is more or less what we have in most traditional cultures, also Afrikaans songs, like Zimbabwe, Mama se kindjie, draai sy nek om, gooi hom in die sloot, trap op sy kop en is hy dood, but you rock the baby to sleep.
Now, I'm going to replay that video, and this time I'm going to ask for a comment at every pause, Mr. Malema. Perhaps I should have the laptops on, or just have the pause, is that fine? Yeah.
They would be doing this thing. It's not a statement. You see, part of the problem with this is that somebody who comes from outside of that African culture interpreted it. And indeed, when you then write there, Peter...
Now, did you hear the statement?
Yes.
Does it align with the testimony you've given earlier?
Yes.
In literally 2 sentences at most, nothing more. Just capture the idea again.
Well, the songs, like former President Mbeki says, they are not taken in a literal meaning. They are understood to be the songs, they are chants that get to be sung in political gatherings for agitation. But, you know, the struggle songs were also used to communicate the difficulty we're confronted with through song. Because we Africans, when we are angry,
I'm so sorry. I think you've captured that point, and I really apologize for that.
No problem.
Kaba said, kill the Boer, kill a farmer. He didn't. In the
Again, let's stop there. He makes reference to Peter Mokaba. Do you know who Peter Mokaba is?
Yeah, I know Peter. I was mentored by Peter amongst many other people. Peter comes from Polokwane. Peter, at that time, was one of the few popular politicians from Polokwane and the entire Limpopo province. And we grew up looking up to him. I worked with Comrade Peter, and even when he passed on, we were still in contact. He's a former president of the ANC Youth League, and I'm a former president of the ANC Youth League.
Yes. Do you share any of his ideas?
I share all of his ideas. We were brought up by him. Peter, Winnie Mandela, Thabo Magunyani, Castle Matale, and many others. They are the ones who mentored us. They are the ones who taught us the ABCs of politics.
Yes.
And Peter didn't have a policy of killing people. Actually, Peter operated with a lot of white patriots and white comrades in South Africa. I think he had more white people involved in his life. Actually, we were getting introduced to white people by Peter. Some of the white people I know were introduced to me by Peter. These songs that Peter sang, my Lord, if they did not erase them on YouTube and everywhere else, you'll actually see Peter singing, and Slovo and Ronnie Castles and other white comrades chanting along with him. And why would they chant with a person who's calling for their killing? It doesn't make sense.
Context matters.
It's context. And they understood. That's why they joined the struggle. That's why they could join in the singing of those songs. Because they understood it's not directed at their skin color.
Okay. Now, you might have been at the sauna, you might not have been. You might have been watching, you might not have been. There was a point where Mr. Rhodes led evidence about farm murders that happened in the year 1993. And I want you to bear in mind the year 1993. And what his evidence was a graph. And the graph purported to show the number of farm murders per week in 1993 only. The suggestion was this, and in fairness to Mr. Rhodes, he didn't say as a matter of fact that's the conclusion he reaches. However, he draws inferences that are probable or something along those lines. I might be misquoting him, but the idea is the same. That he's not saying as a matter of fact, but he's saying, well, these figures could be suggesting something. And I put it to him, what's the suggestion? The suggestion went along the lines of, Peter Mokaba sang the song, Kill the Boer. Let's call it week 1. On that week, my memory serves me well, there was just one person that died. The week after, and Mr. Rhodes calls it a spike. Maybe we might have to get into technical definitions of what a spike means. But what you see is an upward movement. So there's a gradient movement, 45-degree of a sort, where there's 3 people, 4 people the next week, 5 people the third week, and then it starts sloping down again. He says that spike, he proposes, not as evidence, but as a suggestion, that it was because of the singing of the song by Peter Mokaba at week 1. Do you have a comment for that proposition?
Peter Mokaba, I think, joined the struggle way back, like in the 1970s, 76 in Mankweng Fort, sang the songs, came into prominence late 70s, 80s, but he was more popular in the UDF. It was more popular also towards the late 80s, 85, 86, declaration of the state of emergency. When he got elected president of the South African Youth Congress, Peter sang the song throughout that period until 1993. So Roots, if he wants to be a scholar who came here and he wasted Cost's time to advertise his personal book at the state resources by sitting here and keeping the court busy, promoting a book without thorough research. If he was honest, he should have said to us, Peter Mokaba sang this song so many times. And every time Peter Mokaba sang the song, there was a spike. Not only in 1993, because that type of research is extremely subjective and seeks to favor a certain narrative. Let's do this, my lord. Peter Mokaba has long died. Peter has long died. The farmers are still being killed today. Unless Ruth says Peter is singing the song from the grave. But farmers are being killed today. Why are the farmers being killed? It's not exclusively farmers. There is a problem of violent crime in South Africa. And farmers are not saved from that. Women are not saved from that. Children are not saved from that. There is a spike in murder in South Africa. There is a huge increase in murder in South Africa. It is not exclusively farmers who are being killed. South Africa, it's a crime scene. We exist in a crime scene. Anyway, if you want to take the farmers and compare them to what is happening in the township and compare them to what is happening to women, it's a drop in an ocean. Our people are dying like flies. But coming back to 1993, that is the year Chris Hani was killed. But before that, from the 90s coming this way, we had a problem of violence in South Africa. Black on black violence. There was political instability. People were killing each other. People were angry. And those who might have resorted to killing farmers as part of the attack that they are attacking the system, it happened in that context. We wanted to kill, by the way, and in a literal sense. They must thank Mandela for a very long time. Because when they killed Chris Hani, all we waited for was a statement from the Commander-in-Chief, President Mandela, saying to us, now let's go for them. Everybody was agitated at that time.
I'm so sorry, and I'll take you back.
Yes.
I just wanted to follow chronology.
Yes.
You've made reference to Mr. Mandela.
Yes.
Do you know him as being militant?
Very militant. Madiba was the most militant man who, president of the ANC, visited his home at some point and said to Mamwini, you must tell this Walter and Nelson that they don't own the ANC. They were the most militant and radical young people. Madiba, before prison, the ANC NEC used to remind him many times, you are going to die because you are adventurous. They will kill you.
Yes.
That's how radical he was.
Let me understand. He was radical in that sense. Did his radicalism extend to literal military warfare?
The answer was worse because it formed a military wing. Mandela's Youth League said to the ANC when it got formed you are a sweetheart organization who must turn you into a militant organization. They forced the ANC to adopt a radical program of action in 1949 as the Youth League. And that program, my lord, included the armed struggle as one of the 4 pillars of our struggle, which led to the formation of Mkhonto weSizwe. Mandela carried guns, by the way. They are still looking for his gun that he left at Lily's farm. Mandela carried guns for this country to be where it was the first trained combatant of Mkhonto weSizwe.
And that's the school and ideology you grew under politically?
Yes, those are our leaders.
Yes. Your Lordship, I'm minded that it's now 11:30. With that being said, the entirety of my evidence will be summed up as soon as this video finishes. I do not intend to keep it for more than 15 minutes. With the court's permission, can you conclude on the video and then we can start with the cross-examination after the tea break? As the court pleases. We will resume with the video where it ended.
Sense of a statement which represents policy. And it would not have been taken as a statement that represents policy. So there's no ANC policy which says kill a farmer, kill a boer and all that.
Now, I understand President Mbeki to be drawing contrasts, and you correct me if I'm wrong. He seems to me to say there are 2 ways of looking at a song. There is the literal sense of the song, kill the boer, which can mean nothing other than kill the boer in the literal sense. From that paradigm, you then paradigm shift and you look at it from a different prism, which is the cultural, African cultural dimension. Do you accept that's the proposition?
Yeah.
He then says, from the literal perspective, the song is not the policy of the ANC. Is that so?
Yes.
He says, from the African cultural perspective, which, by the way, earlier in the video says has been misunderstood by someone who doesn't understand the culture, is what the ANC actually means. The second aspect to it. Do you accept that as a proposition?
Yeah.
Let's keep playing.
But there would be a magwitch of all sorts. You have a Zulu song, not quite a Gwijo, but it's traditional songs. Now, it's not a statement. It's not a statement I'm making that I will never visit Zululand. It's a song. I don't think we really. I really don't think that this certainly I don't know Peter whether Peter is here. He likes doing these things, and you could do different ones and you could translate them. They're different chants, and they will be saying different things about the struggle. This particular one was picked out, as I say, and interpreted from outside of African culture and presented as a political statement in number one.
I'm not going to ask you to comment on that. You've laid sufficient evidence in respect of what you just said now. What now will come up is the commissioner from the TRC. In response to the evidence that was given by the former president, Thabo Mbeki, he says, and I'm suggesting this is what is going to come, he makes reference to an Afrikaans cultural nursery rhyme.
I don't know if, before you go there, I just want to draw my Lord's attention that in the interpretation of President Mbeki, he stops at a point where he says, the song says, then when he interprets it, he says, it says, I won't go to KwaZulu. But when it goes further, it says, I won't go to KwaZulu because my mother died there. At that time, President Mbeki, at the time he was singing this song, his mother was alive. So, and his mother didn't die in KwaZulu-Natal, therefore he will never go to KwaZulu-Natal. But he sings a song that says, I will not go to KwaZulu-Natal, my mother died there. But his mother is not dead, and he goes to KwaZulu-Natal anyway, to show that it's not in a literal meaning. He says, I will never go to KwaZulu-Natal, but he frequented KwaZulu-Natal. So I just thought the last part where he says, my mother died there, so I will not go there. But the mother was alive, and he still continued to go to KwaZulu-Natal, because that if you take that literally, you'll say, why is he in Natal? Because he said he will never go to Natal. His mother died there.
Yes.
Why is he saying his mother died there when his mother is still alive?
Yes. Maybe then I should have asked you that question, and I hope you will not deduct my invoice and put it in half because I didn't ask you a relevant question.
No, that's fine.
Let's then play the video. Just hold on, let me give context to it. This is now the TRC commissioner, and he's responding to the evidence of Mr. Mbeki. Let's hear what he says.
Would I be correct in saying that what you've communicated to us is more or less what we have in most traditional cultures, also Afrikaans songs, like Simbamba, Mama se kindjie, draai sy nek om, gooi hom in die sloot, trap op sy kop en is hy dood, but you rock the baby to sleep.
Now, that's in Afrikaans, and for the benefit of the public and of the court, I mean, of course, it can be put in dispute if the complainant so wishes. But the interpretation of the song we have in the English version is this. Again, context matters. This is a nursery rhyme, an Afrikaans cultural nursery rhyme. The translation of that rhyme is this. Siembamba, mommy's little one. Turn her neck around and throw her in the ditch. Stand on her head, and then she's dead. It's a nursery rhyme in a cultural context, Afrikaans cultural context. Now, Mr. Malema, we've heard evidence of why context matters. And Mr. Mbeki told us why he has an interpretation of Kill the Boer song the way he does. The commissioner responds, interestingly enough, and says, well, sort of like in the Afrikaans culture, where we sing this nursery rhyme, are there parallels to be drawn? And if there are, to what extent?
Well, there will be differences in terms of cultures. Because for me, if you say that is what you use to make the baby sleep, it sounds so violent. To even be stand on the neck of the baby, it's a different culture. So, hey, we sing different songs. We don't sing violence to children to make them sleep. So, but that's what they do. There's nothing I can put more to it. But it sounds so violent, and someone can say, let's take the African parents to court because they stand on the neck of children for them to sleep. It can be completely misinterpreted. And when you give it, my Lord, the English version, it can even sound more violent. But when it is used in Afrikaans, and those who know Afrikaans hear it in that language, it may not sound as rough as is now. That's why we grew up being told that you cannot interpret African languages because there's a potential of a distortion there. So it goes into culture as well, which I'm not an expert, but we grew up knowing that you can't interpret African languages because they can be very offensive. You know, there are certain things we say in Pedi, and we're told Pedi can never be vulgar. But if you're to interpret that in English, my Lord will send me down straight to prison. How do you say such things in my court? But if I were to say it in the presence of Pedi elderly people, and I use it there in the correct context. So let me give you an example. There is a saying in Pedi that says, so which means a cow doesn't shit the whole poo. But if I say that to someone, it would be like, what are you saying now? So meaning, you don't have to say the whole thing. You have said enough. You can now stop. So, but if you interpret that, I can say this in a tribal hearing without the chief, without the headman taking offense. Because it is said in that context and they understand and appreciate the language and the culture. But if I come here and say that before my Lord, he will feel disrespected that I use offensive language in his court. That's what interpretation sometimes does to our languages.
Yes. Your Lordship, you will please excuse me, and I really apologize for this. I had my own questions to the witness. My attorneys advised me that there are further issues, 2 or 3, that they want me to iron out, and then we'll close with the witness, if the court pleases. They will be after tea break.
You want to pursue them after tea break?
Yes, 2 or 3 questions just after the tea break.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's now on my watch, I would say 20 to 12. Can we be back by 5 to 12? Thank you very much. Mr. Malema, you remain under oath. We will continue after the tea break. The court shall adjourn.
acute and aware attorneys on my right brought to my attention the following, which I just want to deal with quickly. So, there's been evidence led on behalf of the complainant, and to the best of my knowledge, there's been only one confirmed instance where there was a link drawn between the singing of the impugned song and a farm murder. Whether that's correct or not is something I'll deal with in argument later, but I just want you to have that context. And for the benefit of the public, of course. To your knowledge, do you know of any farmer who's been harmed or killed as a result of you singing the impugned song?
No.
Then let's move now. I'll ask my attorney to take us to paginated page 100 of case lines.
She's tried doing it again, Your Lordship. It's page 100 of case lines. 100, Your Lordship. 100, 100.
Mr. Malema, what appears on page 100, which is in front of you, is one of the pages to a settlement agreement. And I'll be very careful here, Your Lordship, I promise. It's a page from a settlement agreement of the trial that came before this one in relation to Dubula Ibon. We of course know now that the Lordship's brother, Lamont J, declared it hate speech. An appeal was brought to that judgment. And the appeal, before it was heard, was abandoned. And the reason it was abandoned was because the parties came to an agreement, which was made in order of court. That's what that page is about. So let me read the relevant excerpts of it. Paragraph 3 specifically. It says, the parties have agreed to a full and final settlement of their dispute on the following terms. The first one is, the parties agree. Perhaps it's important that I make the point of who the parties are here. I should have started there. If you can just take us there, Ange. So it's an agreement between these parties who were parties at the Kotako. It is the African National Congress, it is yourself, it's Afriforum and Tau SA. Let's go back to 3. This is what these parties agreed to abandon the appeal. In other words, the appellants were never given an opportunity to make arguments as to why the song is not hate speech, because they came to this agreement. The parties agreed. Now, this is important. Mutually recognize and respect the right of all communities to celebrate and to protect their cultural heritage and freedom. If you then go down to D, it says, the parties commit to deepening dialogue amongst leaders and supporters of their respective organizations and formations to promote understanding of their respective cultural heritages and for the purposes of contributing to the development of a future common South African heritage. You would have obviously been one of the parties that agreed to this agreement, which was made an order of court, not so?
Yes.
I have no further questions for the witness, Your Lord. Can I please ask that the microphones be moved to Mr. Oppenheimer's side?
But I wanted to say something before you close, my Lord.
Please don't ruin it.
No, I want to.
Okay.
My Lord, just for everyone to know that a leave of appeal was made before your brother, and he granted it in less than 1 hour, 30 minutes, which the brother would have, in his own wisdom, agreed that there is potential for someone else to arrive at a different determination. So the appeal might not have been heard, but the leave of appeal was heard and was granted in less than 2 hours. It's not an easy thing to go to the same judge and say you might have heard, and he agrees with you in less than no time, and think that a different judge might arrive at a different conclusion.
I think that's an important contribution. I'm thankful for it.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Lordship.
Organized. Thank you. If we're ready, we can proceed with cross-examination.
My Lord, at some juncture, I will ask my attorney to play a video that I can then present to Mr. Malema. I said at some juncture during my questions, I will ask my attorney to play a video that Mr. Malema can then respond to. So that might just, I'm just alerting the court to the fact that at some juncture that will be done.
Connected to the screen.
He is. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I will just give that signal to that point. Mr. Malema, you testified earlier that the nature of the EFF is such that it's a democratic organization internally, that you have 4,000 delegates that will meet at meetings, that you have people who are senior counsel, who are PhD students, and they can contribute to the policy of the organization. Is that correct? Can they contribute to the policy of the organization, those members?
It's very soft. I'm struggling to hear him.
No problem.
It's not only the softness, also the accent I struggle with. So please bear with me.
It's also the acoustics of this court.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes, so I'll try and project. Is that all right? Can you hear me?
Sure.
Okay. So, Mr. Malema, you testified earlier that the nature of the EFF as an organization is that it is internally democratic. So you have, I think you said, 4,000 different delegates that will participate in conferences.
Yes.
That includes people who are PhD students, people who are senior counsel, and that they can contribute to policy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you also stated that there are 7 fundamental pillars in the EFF manifesto, and that those are non-negotiable.
Yes.
Now, I'd like to talk about 2 of those pillars to start off with. The first is the policy of expropriation without compensation, and one of the other policies is recognizing that the economy needs to grow. That a growing economy means greater upliftment for people. Is that correct? Now, if in the discussions with these people that you have, you've got your 4,000 people, you've got people that are PhD students, if they said during these discussions, we have looked at the international practice of countries that have used expropriation without compensation. We have looked at Venezuela, we have looked at Cambodia, we have looked at Zimbabwe, and we have seen that this policy has wrought nothing but suffering that millions of people have been driven into unemployment, that the unemployment rate in Zimbabwe is 90%, that in Venezuela 2.5 million people fled the country because of those policies. And we put it to you that we should change this pillar in the EFF manifesto. Would you change the pillar?
No, you can't. It's a founding manifesto. It's like calling an international Communist Party conference to change the Communist Manifesto in its original form. You cannot. It's what constitutes communism as is today. And therefore, there can't be a conference to change the Communist Manifesto. In the same way, there can't be a conference to change the EFF founding manifesto. Rather, you will say, because of the current prevailing conditions, at all material times, we use Marx's tools of analysis. The material conditions prevailing at this time are not conducive enough to apply this one. So we may have to take a different route, but without compromising the fundamentals. We'll arrive there, but we may have to kiss certain frogs before we arrive there.
Now, I just want to check on an ambiguity. There's a sense in which if you have a foundational document, to say
Yes.
the Communist Manifesto is the Communist Manifesto and you can't alter it.
Yes.
But there's another sense in which the policy positions that the EFF would take going forward, could you be persuaded by your own delegates to no longer pursue expropriation without compensation if through an evidence gathering process and a matter of reason and logic, you said these are values that you care about, they were able to persuade you that this is a policy that is going to be disastrous for the working class or for your constituency or for all South Africans?
Well, it can be, because those who join first look at the founding document of the EFF. What is this animal? What is it called? What does it stand for? You join knowing that this is what the EFF stands for. Every 5 years, you have a meeting called the National People's Assembly to take stock of how far are we in the implementation and the achievement of our 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars. So they are non-negotiable, they are not changeable, they stay forever. There will never be a conference. There can only be one founding document conference to adopt one founding document.
Now, I understood your evidence earlier. You said, we are a thinking people, we are filled with people who have PhDs, but on this point, you strike me as someone who is immune to evidence, that no matter what those people said to you, you would not change that pillar, regardless of the fact that they could give you evidence, as I say, of people being murdered under communist regimes. We know that 100 million people lost their lives under communist regimes, Marxist regimes in Russia, in China, in Cambodia. They could give you all that evidence, and it would fall on deaf ears because you would not change this. It is non-negotiable.
Well, you might be a lawyer and be obsessed with the word evidence, but politics don't work like that. Politics work according to the fundamental principles that you stand for as a political party. You don't just change with the wind, because that turns you into an amoeba. You become shapeless because you are torn apart and pulled from different directions by different interests. So politics, you don't say, I abandon, my Lord, my fundamental founding principles. You say, the prevailing conditions are not conducive for the application of these principles. And therefore, we may want to adopt a different tactic, but the strategy remains the same to arrive there. So it doesn't mean that evidence presented today may be the same evidence a decade down the line. The leftist organization may gain power in different parts of the world and may come together and make these policies to work. Because what makes these policies not to work in Venezuela, for instance, is not because the policies are unrealistic. It's because the imperialist forces always make sure that they engage in economic sabotage, which will lead to the collapse of the economy in those countries. So it's more of ideological warfare than the practicality or the application of those policies, if you want to say.
Yeah, so in other words, if I understand your position, it's that evidence won't make you change your principles. But if someone were to internally give you a normative argument, in other words, a principled argument, where they said, well, look, we have read through the writings of Marx, and we've also read through the writings of Adam Smith, and we're persuaded that Smith is right, that the way to prosperity is really through free markets, through allowing individuals, black and white, to own property, and we think that's the better way to have prosperity. And we think on a principled level, this manifesto point is wrong, and we'd like to persuade you otherwise. And imagine that every single person of those delegates took that view. Would you change your principal position?
Well, you joined it knowing that this is what it stands for, and therefore that which you join and contribute towards is a tactic towards achieving that which it stands for. So the PhDs and the senior counsels we are talking about and the superior logic prevails as it relates to policy position on tactics of how do we arrive at achieving the strategic objective. But the strategic objective remains the same. It never changes. So I'm not going to be persuaded by anyone with all manner of argument that capitalism is better than socialism. That's what I believe in. That's what I stand for. You can give all those examples you want to give of Venezuela, of China, and all of that. But I know politically they are in the situation they are because of the dominance of the imperialist forces who have launched an onslaught on any economy that is not consistent with principles of capitalism.
So if I understand your position, it's that whenever communism was tried in countries, it was not the failings of those running those countries. It was not the failure of the Khmer Rouge, where 2.5 million people were murdered. It was the failings of imperialist forces. Is that correct?
2 million people plus get killed in a capitalist society, by the way. People don't only get killed in a socialist society. But let's deal with what you are talking about. Let's take Cuba, for instance. Cuba is a communist state. The inability of Cuba to survive, it is because of the imperialist embargo imposed on Cuba by the Americans, which President Obama, towards his late years in the presidency, was trying to uplift. Cuba has got everything it needs for it to survive. So it cannot be correct that communism in Cuba failed because of your definition of what should be a successful economy. Cuba, for me, has survived. The highest level of literacy in Cuba, the life expectancy in Cuba, the free quality education in Cuba, free healthcare in Cuba. There is no capitalist state that produces more doctors better than a communist state of Cuba. Yet they've got limited resources. Imagine if the embargo gets lifted in Cuba, what's going to happen?
So your lifting of the embargo, in other words, would be to allow countries to freely trade with Cuba. That would be the lifting of the embargo.
Come again?
If the embargo were lifted, it would mean that America and Cuba would be free to engage in financial transactions. They could trade with each other.
No, not to allow countries to trade with Cuba. To allow Cuba to trade with whoever she wants to trade with. Put differently, not the way you are putting it.
Yes.
So the Cubans will choose. Now, if South Africa wants to transact with Cuba, for instance, you run a risk of being isolated by the US imperialism. The Cubans must choose who they want to trade with, and we must choose if we want to trade with the Cubans without being taken through harsh harassment by the US imperialism. All I'm saying to you is, here is a country under embargo. It produces all these things that I'm talking about. Can you imagine if there is no embargo in Cuba, how Cuba will thrive? That's how communist ideas how beautiful they are. They don't create high levels of illiteracy like your capitalist policies here in South Africa. They don't create high levels of unemployment. They don't create high levels of dependency on the state. They make our people work for what they are going to reap.
So let me ask you a couple of follow-up questions. The first is, it sounds like you're in favor of free trade. Is that correct?
No, I'm in favor of communism.
You're in favor of communism?
Yes.
Right. So how do we square these two views? In other words, on the one hand, you say you're in favor of communism, and on the other hand, you're saying if we lifted the embargo on Cuba and allowed Cuba to trade with any country it so wished, think how wonderful that would be for Cuba. Now that seems to be embracing free markets.
No. You can't say that is embracing free markets. Under a communist or a socialist state, there's still an opportunity to develop the productive forces. You have a responsibility to grow your economy, and we know that we exist in a globe today, and for any economy, for it to survive, you require the like-minded forces, even if they are not found in your country, to come and work with you to develop the productive forces. Let's take, for instance, Cuba. What makes Cuba a free market state if it takes a decision to trade with a communist China? How is that free market? Because the two communist economies are working together to develop their own productive forces.
So let's try and clarify what your idea is. When you say you want to lift the embargo, if communist countries trade with each other, in other words, the state owns the resource of the one country and the state owns the resource of the other,
yes,
they should be free to trade goods between each other.
They will work together to make sure that they grow the economy of their own countries.
Now,
so in a socialist communist state, there is no preoccupation with the so-called trade, because in a capitalist society, that's what preoccupies your mouth. You're obsessed with trade, you're obsessed with profit. So in this context, we are obsessed with development of productive forces for the benefit of all. So trade encourages individualism, where individuals will have to thrive even above the state they belong to. We don't subscribe to that. We subscribe for the common good for all.
let's talk about that. So, from what I understand, the nature of communism and the nature of your manifesto is to say that the state must be the ultimate authority.
Yes.
And the state must be the ultimate custodian. Now, is it of just land or of other property as well?
No, land.
Just
we
land.
own land.
Yes.
Yes, and that which is on top of the land belongs to you. But for you to develop that on top of our land, you will have to come and explain that here I want to open an industry. And then we'll say to you, you cannot open an industry here because this is an agricultural land. For security, for food security, we think there are areas that are allocated for such purpose and then relocate to an appropriate place for what you want to do. That belongs to you. It doesn't belong to the state. But the state ownership of the land then gives our people an opportunity to equally participate in the economy of South Africa.
So let me give you an example then. From what I understand as well, you've said that this policy of expropriation or compensation affects people black and white. In other words, you think the state should become the custodian of all land. Whether you're black or white, the state will be the custodian of it, and then we'll have control about what you can do with that land. You'll be like a tenant, is that correct?
Eh?
A tenant.
No, you can't be tenant on your own land.
No, in other words, because you said there would be no private ownership of land whatsoever, right? All land would be owned by the state.
You can't be a tenant on your own land. Are you a tenant of your water? Are you renting the water that you drink? It's owned by the state, but it still belongs to you. You know why? Because you know you are the state. You are South Africa. And therefore you cannot be a tenant on your own land.
All right.
It belongs to you.
So in other words, the state holds it on behalf of the people. Is that your claim?
Yes.
That the people and the state are synonymous.
We are one thing.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
A democratically elected state will be based on the will of the people to handle the affairs of the state on their behalf and for their own benefit.
Yes.
That's a democratic state.
So now let me give you a case. Let's say we have a black industrialist who has a factory that employs thousands of black workers on a piece of land, and the particular government of the day, the state, says, we have decided that we don't want you to be using the land for this purpose. We think it is better utilized for agricultural means, and therefore we're going to forcibly remove you from this area and you must be relocated elsewhere. The state would have that power in your system, is that correct?
You are giving a wrong example and you want to distort and mislead the court.
Why?
We have found a land, a factory here of a black industrialist, and who comes to the state and say, my lord, I'm the occupant here, this is my factory, this is what we are doing. The factory is allocated at an appropriate piece of land. Why would the state say, no, move from here, go somewhere? That applies when you now want to apply for a new land that you suggest there can be a very good factory here. This is what we can produce. We can produce sweets here and sell them around. And we say to you, no, but the sweets will not be an immediate thing that is of our best interest as a community. This land should be used for agricultural purpose. So now, everybody who occupies every piece of land as we speak today, this court, it will be defined in the books of the state that a certain portion of the land in Joburg is being utilized for court purposes, and it shall continue as such. So it cannot be correct that we are going to evict people from their factories. That is scaremongering, and that's what you thrive on.
No, I'm just trying to understand your position.
No, not you. When I say you, I mean your client. Unless you are a member of your client, then you are the same.
I think you know that all advocates are independent practitioners.
Come again?
All advocates are independent practitioners.
That's what I'm saying. When I say you are speaking to me, my lord. Your client is speaking to me through you. I shall speak to your client through you. And when I say you, I mean the applicant. In this case, you are not an applicant.
Yes, I just want to understand what your position is.
Yes.
So now, I think it's important that when we engage, I'm not trying to strawman you. I want to understand what the position is, and then you can correct it, and then we can proceed.
Yep.
So, all right, if I understand your position, it's that any land that is currently being utilized, that once you introduced your policy of custodianship, those people who utilize the land, would they have a property right over it? Are they, what right do they have to continue using it?
They will use it. They will use it. They've got a right to use it. All what we have to do, all of us, we have to now go to the state and say to the state, here I am, this is the portion of land, this is where I stay. It's my place of settlement. Here I am, I'm running my business here. Here I am. Every piece of land, my lord, must be accounted for. We cannot have a piece of land in South Africa that the state cannot give an account as to what is the activity there. What are they? That's why we've got these things of human trafficking and brothels and all of that, because you've got a state with no capacity to account as to what is the business of this place. What are they doing here? So the state will now give an account as to what is happening there. And if that is not being used for that purpose, my lord, then the state has got a right to evict them. That here, we gave you a right to open a factory. We didn't give you a right to come and open a strip club here.
Okay, so let me ask you a couple of follow-up questions. The first is, your position sounds rather conservative in a sense, in that you want to maintain the status quo. So you've said everybody who currently occupies land and runs a particular business, they keep running that business, that farm, they get to keep doing it.
Yes.
And you don't intend on disrupting that.
Yes.
But at the same time, you stated earlier that you're a revolutionary party and that the idea is that you're going to engage in redistribution and that then people will share in the resources equally. How do you square these two positions?
You continue to use that which you are using. But because you've accumulated a lot, you have a lot of abundant pieces of land that you don't even know what to do with it. We shall utilize it for the benefit of those who have not benefited. You are here. If you go, let's take for instance, my Lord, Sandton, where you think there is no piece of land, where you think there is no abandoned building. With this policy, will unearth a lot of pieces of land that we can build right in Sandton next to the resources. Proper RDP houses. When you say RDP houses, my Lord, they scream because they've got this bad picture of RDP. That's what they've associated RDP with some cheap thing. But RDP houses means low income housing. So you go and build as a state on a land that is owned by the state, expropriated in Sandton, low income housing, and then you give it to our people to stay where the resources are. When I say this, my Lord, they fight. But already these people, all of them in Sandton, there is no house in Sandton, 99% of them, without an RDP house. That RDP house is called the maid squatter at the back. Why can't we release them from the backyard of the owners of those houses and give them their own houses next to where they work? And we've got this mixed housing where the rich and the poor stay together and share the resources. They don't want them. Why? Because this low income housing means black people. You are going to populate this place with black poor people, and we can't be staying next to poor people. So it's radical in that sense, because your imaginary of revolutionary and radical policies is that there's going to be disruption and demolishing of building. No, that is dreaming. It's going to be done orderly. It's going to be done within the confines of the Constitution. This is what we did. When we wanted expropriation of land without compensation, what did we do, my Lord? Did we take machete and go around beating people? Did we take guns and shoot at people? No. We went to Parliament, put a proposal for the amendment of the Constitution, because it must be done within the confines of the Constitution to avoid disruption and anarchy. It doesn't make it a less revolutionary if it's done orderly. Revolution must never be associated with anarchy. There's a difference between revolution and anarchy.
Yes, and let's get to the question I'd asked. So, if I understand it, I kind of want to get a sense of what the policy is.
Yes.
And maybe, as you say, it's a lot less of a disruptive policy than people would have us believe. Let's try and pin it down to find out what it is. So if you are currently an owner in Sandton, and you own your building, and your policy were to come into play, and that building is functioning, would you think that is it okay to take that piece of land, expropriate it, and pay no compensation to the prior owner?
To pay?
To the prior owner. So in other words, there's a person who owns a piece of land currently under the current system. They have a title deed, it's registered with the government, it's zoned in a particular way to operate a business or whatever it is, and you now have your policy of expropriation without compensation. It would give the state this ability to, well, it becomes the owner, right? In other words, the state is the owner of all underlying land.
Yeah.
Is there, just for clarity's sake, the person who owns the building, do they remain the owner of the building or not?
Yes, but the land belongs to the state. The reason why you own the building and it belongs to you, you must continue to use it for that purpose you are owning it. And if it assumes a different purpose of ownership, you require permission from the state. But if you completely lost the purpose of that building, and you've got no any other idea, none whatsoever, as to what you can use that building for, it is well within the right of the state to expropriate that building and use it for a proper program that will benefit public, for public purpose and public interest. My Lord, here in Joburg, when we came in the municipality in 2016, we found a hijacked building in Joburg, dilapidated. Some landlord hijacked the building, he makes people pay rent. We went to demand that we need the owner of the building, pushed out the person who hijacked the building. You know what happened, my Lord? The building was owned by the Bank of Mozambique, which was liquidated in the 90s. It was one of those properties that they didn't have in their register, and someone saw an opportunity and hijacked it. With the current laws, there's nothing we can do. There's the building, it's dilapidated, it's hijacked by thugs. We have to go and find the non-existing owner. But if we owned the land, would have known that this building is no longer serving its purpose. Therefore, the municipality must expropriate it and convert it into low-income housing if there is a problem of housing, convert it into student accommodation if there is a problem of student accommodation, or convert it into any other thing that will be productive for our economy. It gives the state that power to intervene and intervene decisively.
Let's talk about giving the state this power. Your seventh pillar is this idea that we need to have accountability in the state, you need to fight corruption in the state. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're aware of the term power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yes.
So you accept that there's a danger in giving the state enormous amounts of power?
No, there's no danger. There's no danger, my Lord, because any corrupt state can be removed after 5 years without violence. We've got a recourse. South Africans, you want to create an impression that we are helpless when a state is corrupt. No. There is now, as we speak, my Lord, huge corruption taking place in South Africa. Is the state owning the land? No. Is the state owning the strategic means of production? No. The economy is owned by minority few. So it's not entirely correct that state ownership is inherently corrupt. The state ownership in China is not corrupt. And if you try those things of corruption in the state ownership of the economy in China, then you must kiss your children goodbye, because you are going to disappear. In China, corruption, my Lord, is not only stealing the money from the purse, is not spending the money that you are allocated to as a department. You get punished, and you can even be killed for that. That how do you not spend money that you are given, yet there are so many people dying outside there? Here in South Africa, my Lord, you've got a situation where a person doesn't spend billions of rands in the Department of Health, yet there are no hospitals, yet there are no clinics, and our people die in their numbers. So you are not spending money has led to death of people. Therefore, you've got blood on your hands. So it's not correct that the state ownership will inherently be corrupt. There is no similar problem of corruption in Cuba. You quote the state ownership when you want to drive a negative narrative. But where the state ownership has given positive narrative, you don't go to the same states that you were giving earlier.
So let me ask you a couple of follow-up questions then.
Yeah, sure.
You mentioned that in China the policy is that if you're corrupt you'll be disappeared or killed. Do you think that's a system we should use in South Africa to curb corruption?
Not at all. We are a different democratic society in South Africa. In China, you've got a socialist economy with Chinese characteristics. So they apply that which works for China. And we require of the same. For instance, in China, they may not talk about race issues because they've never had problems of race. So you can't say because China doesn't speak race, why do you speak about China, yet you say you want the same things as China? That which may work in China may not work here in South Africa. I'm just giving you examples of state ownership that is not inherently corrupt, a narrative that you seek to drive, which is incorrect. The EFF government, it will be based on 7 cardinal pillars. Don't give me examples of this corrupt government. I'm not responsible for it. 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars of the EFF says the land, the banks will be under the custodianship of the state. But we seek a corrupt-free government where these things were to take place efficiently and effectively. They will require a corrupt-free South Africa. If you say we can do them now, I will agree with you and say no, not under the ANC government. They are going to take for themselves, but not under the EFF government.
So let's talk about that for a second. In other words, if you were to give the ANC government the power of custodianship, what do you think would happen?
I won't give the ANC government the power of the custodianship. I will give the state of South Africa the power of custodianship. And that state is contested every 5 years. The reason why I want state power is to execute these policies of the EFF. The ANC may not have the similar policies, and I'm not here to speak on their behalf. But one thing that I know is that they are corrupt to the core. If we give them anything, leave the land, anything, they steal it, including money of funerals. So how can a person steal money of funeral? You are so immoral to a point that you even steal from dead people. That's your ANC government. So I won't trust these ones with such responsibility. But South Africans have got a recourse. The question should be, what if the state becomes so powerful, so much that it becomes dictatorship? What recourse do we have? My Lord, we've got a recourse. There is 5-year elections in South Africa. Any government that is not acting in the best interest of the people, it can be removed.
So let's talk about this. In other words, the notion is you say you'd like legislative change, which would empower the state to have the power of custodianship, and you accept that the current government, run by the ANC, would abuse that power and act in a corrupt manner. That's correct?
I don't know if they will abuse that power. All I'm saying is that they are corrupt.
Yes.
Yes. And I don't ask me about ANC people. I don't work for those people. I don't know what they do. But what I know generally is that they steal. So I don't want to talk about those. Ask me about me and the EFF, not about the ANC.
Now, I take it that it would be an ANC policy to not be corrupt. Now, you have a similar policy to say we're not going to be corrupt.
At least you know the ANC policy. For sure you're a member. I don't know it.
You're a former member. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know of such a policy of the ANC of no corrupt. I see them, when a person is accused of corruption, I see that person getting promoted to a much higher position. So that policy, I don't know if it's still there of no corruption. The person, my Lord, who was accused of stealing the money of President Mandela's funeral and Mama Winnie's funeral, got removed as a mayor in Buffalo City and went to be put in parliament, the higher echelons of power, bigger than the municipality. And then you come here and say to me, the ANC has got a policy of no corruption. I don't know. I don't want to confirm such things. Their actions don't suggest there is such policy. Maybe it was before when we were there. For now, I don't know.
What I'm getting at is there can be a difference between a policy on paper and a policy in practice.
Absolutely.
Yes. In other words, it could be that a political party could say, we are against corruption. I know of no political parties that say they are in favor of corruption. But that in practice they are corrupt. That's correct?
Absolutely.
Now, the concern, of course, will be that if the EFF were to come to power, and you have a paper policy of we're not corrupt, and you have the enormous power of state custodianship, that you say the check will be 5 years down the line. Now, that seems to provide 5 years where your party could be in power and abuse its powers and act in a corrupt manner. Is there not that concern?
Not in South Africa, you can't. Not with the type of the constitution we have. You've got the courts, which will always be there to protect our constitutional democracy. You've got parliament, which can at any time pass a motion of no confidence or impeach a president or the whole entire cabinet, even before the 5 years. So there are many recourses that we have as a democratic state, and our courts have shown their fearless character when it comes to acting outside the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. So there will never be a state that is too much powerful, because ours is not a parliamentary democracy. Ours is a constitutional democracy where the Constitution is supreme. So the seeking of the amending of the Section 25 to include expropriation of land without compensation did not do away with many other rights, which majority of them which are fundamental in Chapter 2 of the Constitution, protecting the human rights of our people. So this type of policy, my lord, I argue that it doesn't attack the rights of our people, and it doesn't make the state more powerful and more powerful than the Constitution itself, because ours, it's a constitutional superiority.
So do you see yourself and the party as being bound by the Constitution?
We passed a motion in Parliament, sponsored by the EFF, that the Constitution will have to be amended so that we can expropriate without compensation. What does it say? It tells you that the EFF will never do anything that is outside the Constitution. EFF understands through its superior logic that for its policies to be implemented, they must find an expression in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa.
So in other words, you see yourself as a constitutional party that is bound by the Constitution, and that if you want to change the Constitution, you must go through a constitutional process.
You cannot be a registered political party in South Africa if you don't pay allegiance to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Otherwise, you are a gangster. So EFF is a political party registered with the IEC because it signed that it respects and obeys the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We are not a stock fair.
I can then ask you a bit about some of the Constitution. So the preamble of the Constitution says, "We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustice of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom of our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity." Do you accept that?
Absolutely.
Now, during evidence in chief, Mr. Roots testified about some of the speeches that you've given, in which you describe white people as visitors in South Africa. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Now, how do you reconcile this constitutional notion that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, and that white people are visitors in South Africa?
You arrived here as settlers in 1652. It's a historical fact. And you were using South Africa as a refreshment station. You were not here to settle. You were passing. Because of our Africanness and the spirit of Ubuntu, we have embraced you and we have shared our land with you. And we have accepted that you have naturalized in this country. But it doesn't change the fact that you came here as a visitor.
So let me ask you that, let's clarify that.
Yes.
Do you accept that there are many people in South Africa, black and white, Indian colored, Chinese, who came to South Africa from another country at some point?
Not blacks. Not blacks. We came from one country called Africa.
Ah.
Huh?
I understand. So in other words, the claim is anyone who is on the continent of Africa belongs in South Africa. Is that correct? Or is not a visitor?
No. South Africa is Africa. Mm-hmm. We are one country called Africa. This South Africa you are talking about was imposed on us. So we didn't come from anywhere. Speak for yourself. We didn't come from anywhere. There's no African who came from anywhere. We came from here. I mean, my Lord, I cannot come from the second bedroom in this house, and then I find you in another bedroom in the same house, and then you say I came from somewhere. In the same house. I didn't come from somewhere. I was sleeping on the other side. We're here. So, we are not visitors. We didn't come from anywhere. This is our continent.
So in other words, someone who was born in Egypt, Nigeria, Malawi, Botswana, Zimbabwe, none of those people are visitors in South Africa.
They belong here. It's their home.
Yes.
Where Nigerians, Ghanaians, Mozambicans, Zimbabweans, when they are here, they are at home. They should not even for a second doubt themselves. This is our home.
Let me ask you this then. Your party has recently engaged in a campaign where you've gone to restaurant owners and you've asked them to produce lists of who works for them and to say you have a certain number of people who are not South Africans and a certain number of people who are South Africans, and we want you to change those numbers. Now, how do you reconcile what you've just told us, which is that all people who are born in Africa are part of one house, but you want to say these people are different and they should be fired from the restaurants they work in and they should be replaced with real South Africans? How do you reconcile?
We've never said fired. So when you are in a court before my Lord, don't misrepresent facts. Nowhere have we ever said fire anyone. So we shouldn't lie. Please. My Lord, before we go to the continent, here in South Africa, if you get a job or a tender to go and do a road in Soweto, you are required to hire 30% or so of locals of Soweto. Yet you are a South African of Soweto. You are required to subcontract a certain percentage of people from Soweto. So because the locals at that space should not feel excluded, they should embrace the project, they should feel they must welcome the project and they must protect it as their own. Now, what the white ownership does to our people, my Lord, is that they hire our brothers and African brothers and sisters who are not locals to the exclusion of locals so that they can ignite the xenophobic war amongst our people. They want to thrive, which is what made you survive. Divide and rule. You are dividing us by hiring some of us. I'm a South African. If I were to go and open a restaurant in KwaZulu-Natal and I come with everybody from Limpopo, the people of KwaZulu-Natal, one, they will not feel like this restaurant belongs to them. They will not feel a need to defend it because I just impose people from the other side to them. They need to be involved for them to know that this belongs to them. But it doesn't make the Limpopo people less South African or less home because I said you must be mixed with the people from KZN since our project is in KZN. It doesn't make it lesser home because I said so. No, I am saying the unity of Africa must start from the shop floor. Zimbabwean, Mozambican, Nigerian, South Africans, come, let's work together on the same floor. Mozambican, Zimbabwean, let's go to school together. Let's grow up together and know each other so that by the time we defeat these colonial borders, we already have embraced each other and we don't start from scratch. So that's what we're doing. It's in line with what we're saying. We're saying Africa is one, and let one Africa be seen at Cream Restaurant. We're not going to allow the bosses to divide our people by excluding others.
Now,
so if there is a shop, my Lord, that says here we don't hire Zimbabweans, I will go there and fight with them and say, why would you say that? Why do you classify our people and want to isolate them? It will be a wrong practice. So we are starting, and which is what is offensive. You want to exclude South Africans with African brothers and sisters so they can fight amongst themselves and they remain divided. We are saying, no, come together, work together so that the unity starts at the shop floor. You are not happy with that.
Let me put to you what you actually did.
Yeah.
So, in other words, your party goes to Cream Restaurant and says, we've looked at your books, and you employ, let's say it's 25 people who are not South African, and 5 people who are South African. We think you should reverse those numbers the next time when we come back in 2 weeks. Now, what would it entail? You said, I'm putting words in your mouth about firing. What would it entail to reverse those numbers?
But I didn't do that. I didn't go to Cream and say, these are the numbers, and then when I come back in 2 weeks, I want these numbers. No. I said to Cream, I want to look at the ratio of Cream and see if you guys are compliant. And you know, my Lord, in all the restaurants I went, I found them compliant. I found both outside brothers and sisters from other countries and South Africans together on the shop floor. I never said that. You see, you rely on non-existing sources, because I can ask my Lord here that you lead the evidence of me saying that. Read something, because you utter such words to mislead the public. But I know for a fact, my Lord, he can't produce anything to back up what he's saying. And he deliberately says it so that it can spread wrongly in society.
I put it to you that your party did this, and there's a video that your party has produced of them going to a restaurant. I might be mistaken that it's not Cream. I know you had a different engagement with someone from Cream. They went to
now you
restaurant.
say my party, not me.
Yes, but I started saying
I went to Cream myself.
Yes.
Yes, I went to Cream. I went to 3 more other restaurants. And they were white-owned, and they hired Africans to work there, and they hired South Africans to work there. I went there, and when I arrived, my Lord, a day before, we sent a delegation to go and make an appointment. We were given an appointment. A setup was made in that restaurant of where we were going to have a meeting. When I arrived there, then there is sudden change of heart, and then doors are closed, and there is a problem. People are going up and down saying we can't access the place. I just said 1 or 2 words which opened the door. I said to them, this country was won through dialogue. We spoke. That's why we are where we are now. You are refusing to speak. In a country where we delivered this democracy through speaking, and you want to say you are a democratic person. Abandon your white supremacist attitude and apply the spirit of those who came before us and came together and spoke and resolved our problems. They went inside, they spoke, they came back, they opened, and they apologized sincerely for their conduct because they were misled by their lawyers. There was no confrontation. My Lord, business was not on it. We made sure we make appointment in the hour where they've not opened because they don't do breakfast. So we met them in the morning so that by the time they open, we're done, we've spoken, and then the shop can open and run smoothly.
Let me ask you some follow-up questions. So you said you checked that they were compliant. What would compliant mean?
The ratio was balanced. We had both South Africans, Zimbabweans, Mozambicans, all of them were there working together. In one restaurant, out of 12 workers, there were actually 3 Zimbabweans. The rest were South Africans.
So if there's a Zimbabwean person who only hires Zimbabweans in their restaurant, would that be compliant?
No. And I will not have said to him, in 2 weeks' time, I want you to change this. No. I would have educated him that the importance of making our people work together in the same work environment helps to unite the Africans, because if we don't do that, we are giving the thugs a weapon to engage in xenophobic attacks. So whatever we do, no nation should feel sidelined or replaced by another nation. They should feel that we are all Africans, we are all home, and we are all protected. In that way, it goes even beyond the issue of work. It goes to the security of the mall itself, of the shop itself. Because if the people who come from here work there, and there is a looting that is going to happen tomorrow there, they will be the ones who are going to stand up and say, guys, you can't do it. That's our job. We work there.
If your notion is that we're all African brothers and sisters, why this obsession with an idea of a ratio? And why your view that a Zimbabwean person running a Zimbabwean restaurant ought not to be allowed to employ only Zimbabweans? It seems that you are the ones stoking the division. You are saying there must be some kind of ideal ratio, that if you had a shopping center, for example, where there were 10 restaurants, and one was a Mozambican restaurant employing only Mozambicans, and one was a South African restaurant employing only South Africans, you'd say this is unacceptable. There needs to be some kind of ratio internally. Why?
You have just given a division a new meaning. Why would a ratio be a division? Because ratio means come together. This one's like this. How are you together here? How can that be a division? Ratio cannot be a division. Ratio is making sure that everybody is included. And our people understand that. And patriotic, white South Africans who own restaurants appreciate and understand that. Only racists who claim to be speaking on their behalf will say the things that you are saying. My Lord, I had 3 meetings, 3 owners, not a single one of them saw that as an attack. They were saying to me, we see the levels of unemployment in this country and we're doing everything in our power to help reduce the levels of unemployment. So, if a Zimbabwean brother comes and owns a restaurant and employs only Zimbabweans, he will be dividing our people. Why? You are using the word only. That is a desire to divide. So we shouldn't. No one should ever be tempted to say only Africans, only whites. That's what we defeated in 1994. We defeated only for ratio, for inclusivity of everyone.
How long do you still want to be?
I want to ask one question, and I think we should take the lunch break.
Okay, proceed.
So if I understand your position to be consistent, if a South African started a business and only employed South Africans, that would be unacceptable as well.
Well, it's something else to say a South African employs only South Africans. It's something else to say I've opened a restaurant or business as a South African and I'm only employing South Africans. It can be, my Lord, coincidentally, that we're all in this shop South Africans, not because there is a policy that says only South Africans are going to be employed in this shop. Anyone with such policy, I will definitely engage that person as to what informs such an attitude of xenophobia, saying you only hire South Africans. No, it can't be. Remember, there can be South Africans, there can be Zimbabweans. My problem and the difference between me and you in your attempt to want to confuse the court is to use the word only. And that's where we disagree. If a person opens a shop and says, I'm only employing South Africans, I'll have a big problem with that. I'll have a big problem with that.
So just to clarify, your position is if someone opens a shop and happens to employ people that happen to be South Africans, but they have no policy in place, you have no objection?
Absolutely.
And if someone is Zimbabwean and happens to only employ Zimbabweans, you would have no objection?
I will not. As long as you don't say, I only employ Zimbabweans. Yeah, no, I will not have a problem, but I will still engage because I need us to be conscious of the fact that the disempowerment of locals is going to lead to the empowering of criminals to engage in xenophobic attack. So we should consciously take a decision not to fall into a trap of this operation to Dula people who are going around saying to people, take out your ID. If you are not South Africans, we don't want you here because you are taking jobs from our people. You are empowering those thugs. So I'm doing the opposite. I'm saying, when you employ, please be conscious of the fact that this business you're opening has got a responsibility to stimulate local economy. And at the center of that local economy will be the employment as well of locals. It doesn't only apply to the Africans, brothers and sisters. It applies to all of us. Everywhere where you go and open business, be aware of empowering locals.
Well, I suggest we take the lunch agenda.
Thank you very much. Mr. Malema, we're going to take a lunch break. You will remain under oath, and thus you can't discuss this case unless you get prior permission from the court. Thank you very much. The court shall adjourn.
I thought I came for Jumule Bunu. Now I'm talking.
Yeah, just like we heard. It's not like
we eat pap, eh? After lunch, eh? Is a big problem. After lunch. Hey, after lunch is bad.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that. My mom sent me a video from your ETA and I was to my mic and I was like, that's terrible. Yeah, this is not going to be an all day affair.
Umuntu okhuphule lento sakuboni la. Bale umuntu uyisitsokodini. Sawubona sibahle.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Cardinal.
During your evidence in chief, you said that you do not sing the song Kill the Boer, is that correct?
Come again?
During your evidence in chief, you stated that you do not sing the song Kill the Boer.
Yes.
Why don't you sing the song?
Why must I sing it?
Well, is there a reason why you don't sing it?
Why must I sing it?
Why must you sing it?
Yes.
Well, do you have any reason not to sing it?
Why must I sing it? Why? Do I have any reason to sing it? I don't have a reason to sing it.
You don't have a reason to sing it?
No.
Do you have, if your members of your party sang it, would you have a view on them singing it?
If my members of the party sing it, will I have a view?
Yes.
Yes, I will have a view.
What would that view be?
It will be that they are singing a song.
Is it like singing a nursery rhyme, like singing the national anthem? Is it like any other song?
Yes, it is a song.
Yes.
It's a liberation song.
So it would not be wrong if they would sing it.
No, it won't be wrong at all.
It wouldn't be wrong. So why don't you sing it?
Why must I sing it? You see, the song, you sing if you want to sing. You see, no person says to you, why are you not singing that song or that song? Depending on the mood, you sing the song. So you can't sing a revolutionary song during a lullaby. So it will depend on which occasion you find yourself, what message do you want to communicate, what is the mood, which song do you want to sing.
On what occasions would you sing the song Kill the Boer then? What would be the correct mood?
Come again?
What would be the correct occasion or mood for you to sing the song Kill the Boer?
No, I can't say, because you respond to different situation at that time.
So you would not rule it out?
No, I will sing it. What do you mean? I will sing it.
You would sing it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show a video of the songs that you have been singing. My attorney will play that. This is footage that was shown to the court, but I thought it would be important for you to be able to see it and respond to it. I just want to make sure that the sound plays through the television so that it's...
Yeah, I can.
Respondent have that video on their camera because it looks like from their side the connectivity is better.
I'm not sure. Well, let's see if it works with this laptop.
Okay.
Shoot to kill, shoot to kill, get on me. Kiss the poor, the farmer. Kiss the poor, the farmer. Attention. Shoot to kill, kill our. Shoot to kill. There is no farmer dance in South Africa. There are no white farmers being killed in South Africa.
Now I put it to you that someone's tugging a cable on the floor that's interfering with it. You just rewind 15 seconds. Now, the video that I've shown shows you at a rally with thousands of people singing the song Shoot to Kill, and you've changed the words kill the Boer to kiss the Boer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now,
Your Lordship, just on the technicality, and in fairness to the witness, let's understand what the debate is about. If you go to paragraph 26 of the complainant's affidavit, and you don't have to go there, Your Lordship, I just want to make the point. The claim is that Mr. Malema sang the song Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer. Now, if the question is tagged on an allegation of the song he sang, that must be put to him in the exact terms that he sang the song, and then the proposition can follow from that, not to distort what the claim is, which is he sang Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer.
my Lord, if we turn to paragraph 37 of the complainant's bundle, at page 17 of case lines, it says, I pause to mention that on various previous occasions, Mr. Malema substituted the word kill to kiss the Boer. Despite substituting the word kill with kiss, the chant still says shoot to kill, kiss the Boer, the farmer. In other words, it's made very clear in the complainant's case that there is a song where one word is changed, but they're the same song.
Just give me 1 second. What page is that?
At page 17, my Lord, paragraph 37.
Right, I've got that paragraph.
37.
Yes, go ahead.
This is in the complainant's case. It says, I pause to mention that on various previous occasions, Mr. Malema substituted the word kill to kiss in kiss the Boer. Despite substituting the word kill with kiss, the chant still says shoot to kill, kiss the Boer, the farmer. In other words, the full context is put in the papers.
Yes.
The complainant's case that it's the same song with a substitution of one word, and that's why I'm asking that question.
Mr. Kasiboto?
If you can allow me. Your Lordship, we don't want to be difficult. We just want to be fair to the witness. The line of questioning that I had for the witness earlier was specific. Did you sing the song Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer? His answer was no. Then a video is played of the witness singing in Newcastle. And then a question follows from that video. What my learned friend is referring to is a different occasion altogether. The one that was played here is in relation to a rally in Newcastle. And the claim in the papers that I read earlier is that he sang in Newcastle, kill the Boer, kill the farmer. And I'm saying that must be clear and understood, so as not to mistake.
I think I tend to agree. I think you need to phrase your question different. There are two situations that arises. So maybe, in fairness to the witness, if you could put it that way.
Yes. We've shown a number of occasions, which are outlined in the papers, of you personally singing a song. The lyrics state, shoot to kill, shoot the farmer, kiss the Boer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when I asked you, do you sing kill the Boer, you said no.
Absolutely.
But you said that in principle, if your party sings that song, they must be free to sing that song.
Come again?
If your party, if the EFF sings the song kill the Boer, that they must be free to do so.
Yes.
It's a struggle song.
Yes.
Now, what is the difference between these two songs? Where, in other words, as far as I can tell, the only difference is that one word has changed, in fact, two characters, from kill to kiss, and you sing the one version, and the party we showed footage sings the other. On separate occasions, when you're singing kiss, I imagine they're singing kiss with you, and maybe you're not present when they're singing kill. But is there a difference?
That is not a song. It's a chant.
It's a chant.
Yes, President Mbeki explains that very well if you listen to the video, that the chants change from time to time and different chants get to be sang at different occasions, trying to describe the political situation at that particular point. So that's what I sang, and that's not what I came here for. It's a chant.
So you're chanting, not singing?
That's a chant.
What's, just for clarity's sake, what's a chant? Which version is a chant?
It's a toi that you see. You see those things where I sing and then people say, hi, hi. That's a chant. And then a song will be a person leading that song in melody, and people, I mean, if there's a chorus, there will be a chorus and things like that. But with a chant, you get to say all types of things, and it doesn't remain the same. So you can't say, because you sang this chant today, it must be sang the same way it was sang the following day. President Mbeki deals with that point.
So if I understand it, you're saying that chants, by their nature, you can shift the lyrics, but they remain the same kind of chant, but you can shift.
You can change the lyrics.
Yeah, so
from
you were
time to
chanting
time to describe a particular epoch of struggle we find ourselves in.
Yeah, so would you say what's fair to you is that in that video you are chanting, shoot to kill the farmer, kiss the Boer?
What? I think we must start listening to ourselves now, because you are saying something else.
Your Lordship again, can the words used by the witness be the words attributed to him? If it requires literally reading from the papers, then let's do so. Because then the witness is going to answer a question on a misrepresentation of the facts.
My Lord, I'm just trying to inquire that the witness seems to say that there's a distinction between a song and a chant, and I'm just asking him if he was chanting or singing. I want to find out what the activity was. And in other words, there's some ambiguity about what constitutes singing, what constitutes chanting, and I just want to unravel that ambiguity.
Okay, yes, I think I'll permit that question. Mr. Malema, can you explain the difference between chanting and singing? I think you explained it, but let's go through it again.
So a song, my Lord, will be that it's consistent. It doesn't change. So we know this verse is going to come, followed by this verse and this verse. So that's why we're able to say, let's sing this song. Let's sing Nkosi Sikelel' Africa. So we know the sequencing of it, what follows afterward, and all of that. That's a song. A chant, you will never know what's going to follow. It depends on that person who's leading the chant. So he can change as in when he deems fit, and they normally use the chants to describe a particular epoch of struggle. So the chants or the lyrics that were used in the chants in the 80s may not be the similar lyrics that are used today in 2022. But the song that was sang in the 80s can still be the same song sang today without anything changes. I sang a song earlier this morning. Even if you like, you can't change it. It's like that. You either decide to sing it or you leave it at all. Otherwise, it's a distortion.
So then let me ask you this simple question. That video has multiple occasions at which you are on a stage,
yes,
and at the end it has footage of a crowd. So let me ask you, when you're on the stage, are you singing a song or saying a chant?
I'm chanting.
You're chanting, okay. And so what are you chanting?
Struggle song.
You're chanting a song?
Yeah. No, a struggle song.
I see. So you're not singing the song, you're chanting the song?
Yes.
What is that struggle song?
They don't have names.
Okay, so it's an unnamed.
Yeah, you can't say Maria Carey, my love. They don't work like that.
So then, all right, so it's an unnamed chant.
They will call them, all of them, struggle songs. But amongst the struggle songs, you find chants.
All right, so how would you identify that chant? Would you?
You find it the way I described it earlier. You see, where a leader leads, and then the ones who follow with one or two chants. So if I say shoot to kill, they say hi. Nyamaza, hi, hi. So what doesn't change is this chanting of those who back up the song. But I can change as in when I feel like.
Yes. Were there changes? I've shown you chanting that on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
Is it the same throughout?
No, they're not.
What are the differences?
No, you start from where you want. You didn't start. So before I even arrive there, my Lord, I sing a song first before I do the chanting. So that is not a complete video. I sing a song normally. I can sing any different song, but normally I sing a song. Even if they shoot us, we're going. So I sing that song, and then at the end of that song, I start chanting.
And the words that you are chanting, let's focus on that. What are those words?
Come again?
What are the words that you are chanting?
You can't hear them.
They're inaudible.
You want me to do it?
Yes.
Who lived? Hey! Yamaza! You see? So those are the words I see.
And the rest of it? Are you embarrassed to chant the
No,
rest
I'm
of
not
it?
embarrassed. I can't sing the words that I don't want to sing, because there are no words that are written that I must sing. So depending on where I am and what is the mood and what I seek to achieve, I will sing.
So in those videos,
So this one I sang for you, this is how that I start. Then from there, I start borrowing whatever I want to deliver to the people.
okay, so what did you deliver to the people in the video I just showed?
I don't know where was that. I hear him saying it was Newcastle. I don't know. From here, I can't know where I am.
One of them's from your 4th birthday party.
Absolutely, I wouldn't even see a birthday there. They all look the same. It's like it has political gathering somewhere. So I wouldn't know. So if you take me
They're
to a
labeled.
particular occasion, then I will know this is where we were, this was the situation, and then this is what happened.
Let's re-show it to them. So,
Yeah.
and we can see that they're labeled, and we'll pause at the end of each one, and then you can discuss. Same video. So over here you can see it's a label at the bottom. It says EFF Rally Newcastle, 7th November 2016, and you'll see throughout they're labeled so you can see where you are and you can watch. But let's watch this first segment, then I'm going to pause.
Also tell my Lord the date.
2016.
Yes. So my Lord, I do this every day of my life. I address people. When I finish, I sing. When I finish here, I'm going to address people outside. I'm going to sing and all of that. So from 2016 until now, I would have sang in a lot of places and in a lot of events. And to say to me, I must capture the mood of what was happening at Newcastle on the 7th of November 2016 is impossible.
I'm not asking you to capture the mood. I'm just
asked
asking
me
you.
what was the mood. You asked me when you were singing this, what message did you want to deliver? What was the mood? I wouldn't know, because this, if you put the speech, then you put the occasion, then you put the whole singing, I will tell you what was happening here. But for you to just come with a piece of a video and say, on the basis of singing, I must remember what was happening here, what was going through my mind here. No speech, no full video, no context, no anyone who spoke before me. I must hear who said what before I spoke, what if I was responding to that person, all those type of things. They cannot be dealt with through a piecemeal.
Mr. Malema, you asked for a very bizarre thing.
Yeah.
In other words, this is a chant that you say you've been chanting on a regular basis.
Yes.
And you're saying it cannot be understood without hours and hours and hours of footage of all the other speakers, knowing what the mood was on the day. I would say that any reasonable person can listen to what you're saying and they can understand what it means based on that. We don't need hours and hours of prior speeches of knowing what other songs were sung. The question is, what does this song mean to those that are listening to it? And what I want to do is I want to play this for you, and I want you to tell me what it is that you were saying, because it sounds like you're really struggling to remember what you were saying when I've asked you now.
No, I'm not really struggling to remember what I was saying. I'm not even trying to remember 2016. I'm not trying to do that, and I won't do it.
Well, let me play the video
because
for you. You can tell me
there are
what you're
so
saying.
many times I've sang this song. As to why particular at June 2016, way back there, there's no way I can help you.
I'm not asking for your motivations for why you're singing the song.
Huh?
I'm not asking for your motivations for why you're singing the song. I'm asking what it is you were singing in the song. I'm going to play it for you, and then you can respond.
Okay, let's go.
Shoot to kill, come on, son. Shoot to kill, get off me. Kiss the poor, the farmer. Kiss the poor, the farmer.
Now, I noticed that you weren't looking at the television, but you were listening. Is that
Yeah.
Okay. What were you chanting?
I was chanting a struggle song.
No, the lyrics, please.
You want me to repeat the lyrics?
Yes.
It's too long. Then you have to play stop, and then I will repeat it.
We can do that?
Yeah.
We'll do it for this extract. So if you want to look at the screen, this is your 4th birthday party. And I'll play.
When you say yours, you mean EFF?
Yes, not. I assume you're older than 4 years old.
Okay.
The EFF's birthday party. Just at any juncture, you can say pause.
Yeah, sure.
And then we'll pause. No, this one's fine.
Shoot to kill. It's self-explanatory.
Shoot to kill. All right.
Yes, shoot to kill. Kill a man.
Shoot to kill, kill a man.
Shoot to kill, nyamazan. So nyamazan is an animal. So shoot to kill a man. Shoot to kill, nyamazan. It doesn't mean shoot the animal. You, the shooter, you are an animal. Part of our MK guerrillas were called nyamazan. It was their combat name. So when we say shoot to kill nyamazan, we are commanding nyamazan to shoot and kill.
So it is a command to shoot and kill.
Yes.
Let's continue playing.
You also want me to interpret the language you hear?
Yes, just so we're clear. What are you saying?
Kiss the Boer, kiss the farmer. I thought it's English.
It is?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
It means kiss.
Kiss how?
Mwah.
So let's understand this. I mean, you're very keen on context. Now, you said that the first lyrics that we heard are an instruction to kill. And the second lyric is an instruction to kiss on the lips. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, why would that be the instruction?
I didn't say the lips, you see. And my Lord is here. I said, I didn't say the lips. So it can be on the forehead, yeah, with the lips.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, why those two things together?
Which ones?
Why a command to kill and then a command to kiss?
It's a chant. You can put anything. It's a concoction of anything. So there are even other chants where words are not even used. So there's a chant, my Lord, when you want to put a new song, so you're singing and you are introducing a new song, you put a chant just of Dio, 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 Mama, Dio. If someone was say to me, interpret that, I can't, because you just put that chant in between to prepare those who are singing with you that you are now bringing a new song. So you throw words as you want.
So it's random.
It's random at that, but at all times, the leadership has got a message to deliver with that.
What's that message?
Which one?
You said at all times the leadership has a message to deliver.
Yes.
What is the message you're trying
on
to
which
deliver?
part?
On this. You said, in other words, in the chant, I'm assuming there's a message for the chant in its entirety.
No, I'm saying on the shoot to kill or what?
On the shoot to kill, kiss the Boer, what is the message?
No, the message in the chant is very clear. Shoot to kill. Nyamazan means shoot to kill the enemy forces who are standing in between us and our freedom. It was very clear that. And then the kiss is exactly that. It means kiss the Boer, kiss the farmer. Because I know when I say that, you are going to take offense. You know why? Because you don't want a black person kissing a white person. It's an immoral act, according to the immoral act of during apartheid. Even to embrace love and kissing of black people to white people, it's a criminal offense. Because we must not be seen to even suggest that it's possible for a black person to kiss a white person. If I want to sing my Lord, kill the Boer, kill the farmer, I will sing it. I said to you, I don't sing it. It doesn't mean I will not sing it. I can sing it. Anyone who sings it will be well justified to sing it. It's a struggle song. And our struggle was not hate. It was a struggle for freedom. So don't confuse me to be saying, because I'm singing kiss, it means I've replaced kill with kiss. No. I know that the racist will still be offended by a call to kiss.
Do you have any other chants where you call for interracial relationships?
I think that's the most profound one, a kiss.
So that's the only one?
Remember, the chants also have to feed in the sequencing of this singing arrangement. So I can't be singing a chant on I miss you. It must fit. So the shorter you keep it, the better, so that it can be in sync with the chanting.
It seems that there are two ways to interpret what you're doing.
Yeah.
The one is that there was a chant which said, shoot to kill, kill the Boer, and then you've changed that to say, kiss the Boer. And your explanation for that is that what you're calling for is interracial love. Right? And that's the reason why you've changed it.
I sang the word kiss the farmer as a sign of provocation because I knew they would take exception to it.
Yes.
I don't think he was saying he sang it.
Reconciliation.
He was saying as a way of a reconciliation yes.
I think that's true. To be fair, in other words, you're saying the reason why you're singing it is because you want to offend people by putting forward the notion of interracial love. Is that?
No, I want to offend the racist who had declared that a black person kissing a white person is immoral, which is wrong. That alone, it's immoral to say black and white can kiss. So I know when I sing this song, the racist, white supremacist will still be offended. But my Lord, if we were to take his argument that I replaced kill with kiss when it comes to that part, it's as if this is a song written and then you know that when you arrive at this portion, then there is a kill. And then now we're no longer finding kill in that portion, we find kiss. It's not correct. Because in the chant, my Lord, you can just start with kill the Boer, kill the farmer, without chanting shoot to kill, kill a man. It's not a sequencing. You can start either way. You can say, Amandla, awetu, Amandla, awetu. Kill the Boer, the farmer. Kill the Boer, the farmer. Immediately. So it's not like you have to follow certain things. Then now when he arrived there, he now realized and then he changed. No, I would have changed the flow of the song if it was flowing like that. The chants don't flow like that. You can use it anywhere if you want, or you can choose not to use it at all. It all depends on what you want to chant. It's a democratic, free country.
So what would be meant if you chanted, shoot to kill, kill the Boer? What would be meant by that chant?
No, it would have meant the same thing. It's a struggle song. Shoot at the system of oppression that has oppressed our people for a very long time.
Now, you testified earlier that Boer means farmer, is that correct?
Yes.
So would it be kill the farmer?
No. In a literal meaning, that's your interpretation. In our understanding, because we are not barbaric, we know that farmer gets to be used as a phase of land dispossession, and the system that has rejected us and stolen property from us. That's what we mean by the farm.
So, but you're not singing about a system, you've personalized it. In other words, your complaint is that there's a system which you don't like, but you've now personalized it to a particular group of people being farmers. And the lyrics of the song say, kill the farmer.
No, we've given it a face, Shebe.
Yes, you've given it a face.
Yes.
And a target.
Not personalized this, we gave it a face.
Yes.
Every oppression, every system has got a face. So when you talk about a democratic South Africa, you have a face of Nelson Mandela. When you talk about an oppressive system that has stolen property from us, you'll have Jan van Riebeck, you'll have the farmer as the face of that oppressive system that has stolen from us. You have to give it a meaning. People should be able to relate to it. But they understand that we're not referring to any group of persons in that context.
How do you know they understand that?
They would have done it by now.
They have?
No, they've not.
Now, you denied in your speech in Senegal
So, Mr. Malema, you're saying we are not referring to a group of people?
No, we're referring to a system.
To a system?
Yes.
You may proceed, Mr.
I'd like to, on this question around kiss and kill, might be useful to read to you what was found by Judge Lamont in the judgment. At paragraph 100 of that judgment, the judge says, an important feature within the ambit of the range of permutations is the ability of the speaker to so structure the delivery of the message as to cause the audience to attribute different meanings to the words than the meanings which are ordinarily attributed to them. This elasticity of meaning has been manipulated by persons who are skilled in the art of words since time immemorial. Literature is filled with parody and innuendo, to name but a few of the forms. And he says, it is possible to illustrate this point by recalling that at a point in time, Malema sang, kiss the Boer. On the face of it, these words are innocuous. It is only when consideration is given to the range of knowledge available to the audience, in which the audience will use to decode the words, that the true meaning becomes apparent. At the time that the words were uttered, the words kill the farmer, kill the Boer were controversial and could not be used as they had been recognized as hate speech. The fact that the words kill the farmer, kill the Boer were hate speech was well known to all members of the audience as it had been widely publicized. At a superficial level, the word kiss is sufficiently close in sound to the word kill for the audience to make the link between kiss and kill. Once the audience makes the link, it becomes apparent that the coded message is that to which the link refers, namely, kill the Boer, kill the farmer. There can be little doubt that it was no coincidence that the speaker used the word kiss when he encoded the message he wished the audience to receive. The elasticity of the meaning to be attached to kiss is that it means kill. Hence the word actually used, a word demonstrating love and affection, is in fact a word which is intended by that used to produce the image of the exact opposite.
That judgment is no longer existing.
Your Lordship will recall earlier that when I intended to play the video, the first response, immediate response to me is, are you going to that judgment? Because our agreement was the question of the relevance, if any, of your brother's judgment in this case is a subject of legal argument. Now, my suggestion is this, Your Lordship: it would be unfair to put the proposition as authority in your brother's judgment when in fact we've been resolved on its relevance, if any at all. And I thought we'd agree that we reserve that for legal argument in due course.
Well, I think it's perfectly fair to put to the witness a view on what is meant by KISS. Judge Lamont has expressed the view in his judgment. Now, what we discussed earlier was that that order doesn't operate because there is an agreement which supersedes the order. The question as to how binding the content of the judgment are is a matter for legal argument. But I think Mr. Malema should be entitled to provide an answer.
I still want to hear what's the, because there's a difference between the order and the reasoning for the order. I'm not sure whether, and I said to both of you, I think in chambers, that this is a matter that may require in-depth debate as to what's the status of Judge Lamont's reasoning and the status of his order, and also the agreement which was concluded, which was subsequently made an order of court. All those things, I think, are going to require a debate. But however, Mr. Kasiboto, the question that's been put to the witness, I think it would be fair to also hear from the witness. Just that that paragraph is so long, I'm not sure it's fair to then expect the witness to recall everything else that's been said there. Maybe if you could summarize it and present to him what the essence of that paragraph is, and then he can respond. But beyond that, I don't think it would be fair to then engage him on the legal status of that judgment.
Yes. No.
Sorry, let me hear, Mr. Yes, Mr.
The difficulty is this, Your Lordship, and of course subject to your ruling. The difficulty with that line is that firstly, it's referred to as a judge. Now there's authority attached to the suggestion of the proposition. And once you use the connotation of the judge's opinion, that obviously plays in the mind of the witness as to the degree of authority of that opinion. If we reserve the question of what that judgment is and whether it has relevance here or not, then it can't be fair to pose the question as an opinion of the judge. We must first establish whose opinion is it and under what capacity, so that the client is not, or rather the witness, is not misled in terms of a suggestion that comes from authority.
No, but I thought the question that's put, Mr. Kasiboto, is the decision was made, reasoning was made. Maybe it should be formulated along the line that says, Judge Lamont in his judgment reasoned. What's your comment on that reasoning to avoid that issue that you are raising now? Would that not cater for your concern?
I don't mean to be difficult, Your Lordship. My point is this: once you introduce that as part of the process here, then you're predetermining what the outcome will be once we have this debate around whether his reasoning is even relevant and whether it can be relied on. Because what now is happening is we're introducing that judgment when we've said we're reserving the question of the reasoning of Judge Lamont to a later stage. To now then say, having agreed so, to then still use the very judgment when we say we're going to debate that, that's the difficulty I have, particularly because it's referred to as Judge Lamont's judgment. Now it gives it that authority. If it's viewed as just an opinion, a layperson's opinion, or a proposition by counsel, then I have no difficulties. But once you refer to it as reasons in your brother's judgment, then it comes to difficulty.
Yes.
My Lord, I suppose the matter is just a matter of being accurate about what it is. It is contained in Judge Lamont's judgment.
Well, why don't you put it as a proposition to the witness, and what comes out of that judgment, we can deal with it at the end. I think you have an opportunity here of the witness who's present. If you put the proposition, then he can share with us what his understanding is, and we can then dissect that at the end of the hearing. Because I think Mr. Kasiboto has got a point. We're dealing here with the judgment of this court, and it's got to be given certain status, it's got to be given certain respect. Now, I don't know what the witness answer is, and I would want to avoid this risk of faced with where we start interrogating the judgment as if we are now sitting at a higher level.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so I think that's a concern that's been raised, and maybe put it as a proposition, and then it would solve the problem.
Yes. Well, Mr. Malema, let me put the proposition to you quite crisply. The proposition is simple, that the term kiss is coded language for kill. That in the context of the song, and that the audience's knowledge of the song, that the term kiss doesn't mean to express love, it is code for kill. And that is a reasonable way of interpreting the word in the full context of the rest of the chant.
No, the kill can be confused with kiss. That's number one. Number two, we said here that we use the kiss not to spread love in this context, but to provoke the white supremacists who had declared that it is immoral for a black person to kiss a white person. And when we say kiss, we know that the racist will become red, because they will never appreciate that there's a call for black people to kiss white people.
I put it to you again that there don't appear to be any other instances where you have taken this line and other chants that black people should kiss white people in order to offend white supremacists. This strikes me as an after-the-fact explanation to try and cover coded language that will be apparent to everyone else.
Which other place have I been asked to explain it the way I'm being asked to explain it here?
I asked you earlier, I said, are there any other instances of songs or chants where you call on people to engage in interracial love? Are there any?
I'm not calling for interracial love. Why do you keep on insisting that I'm calling for interracial love?
Interracial sex?
No, I'm not. I'm provoking the white supremacists who will take offense on black people kissing white people, because that was declared an immoral act, my lord. That's what I'm saying. And the lordship tried to explain it to you even much earlier, that he never said he's spreading love. He said he's provoking the people who will take offense out of black people kissing white people. It's a political discourse.
Are there other songs?
It is used in that context.
Are there other songs where you do that? In other words, where you try and provoke white supremacists on this question?
He says it's a chant. Can we keep maybe to the chant?
Yes.
Let the question be.
Yes, chants.
Is there any other chant?
Are there any other chants on this issue of trying to offend white supremacists on the question of black people and white people kissing because they think it's immoral? Are there any other examples?
No, in the chant throughout, the white supremacists offended my lord. There is a chant where I say, Sil tatile hilagit, meaning we took the land, belongs to us. The white supremacist will be offended that now he's claiming they've taken the land, it belongs to them. So all of it is aiming at unsettling the racist white supremacist, and we make no apology about it. From when it starts to the end, the chant is directed at the system of segregation and oppression and its beneficiaries. And there's no apology about it.
When was the Immorality Act ended or made no longer a law in South Africa?
What?
The Immorality Act. You made reference to the Immorality Act, which prohibited interracial sex. It is no longer a law in South Africa. How long has it not been a law in South Africa?
No, I'm not talking the law. You can talk the law. Immorality Act meaning it's an immoral action by us. If it was reduced into law, yes, that is the law which you and your learned friend can deal with that. It's not my business to look at which law was scrapped when, but it was an immoral act declared by the apartheid system for a black person to kiss a white person.
The next part of the song has you firing guns and saying pow, pow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What's the purpose of that?
Chants by their own nature, they agitate. They are used for mobilization, they are used for agitation, they are used to make sure that the youth become interested in the struggle. And then that's why there will be sounds like that. But to show that there's nothing literal, even the shooting of the gun is not the real gun. So if it was everything meant in a literal sense, we could have taken guns and shot them in the air, the way we're doing with our hands.
Would you stand on a stage with a gun and shoot it in the air?
Come again?
Would you stand on a stage with a real gun and shoot it in the air?
You are trying your luck.
I'm asking a simple question.
You are trying your luck, man.
In what sense?
You are trying your luck because, my Lord, this question is asking me about is before court. It's on another court. He's trying his luck now.
It's a simple question. You can say yes or no.
This matter you are asking me.
Your Lordship, I think the point is clear. Can't persist with that line of question, honestly.
My Lord, the witnesses said that they fire guns with their fingers and don't use real guns. I'm asking a simple question, which is whether he would use a real gun on the stage. You answer yes or no.
But to what extent would his answer seem to be there is another case related to the shooting of a gun? To what extent does the answer he gives prejudices or may prejudice whatever is happening in the other court case?
Does he want to say that he doesn't want to incriminate himself? That might be an answer he could give.
Yes, Mr. Kasbut.
Your Lordship, whatever form of an answer he gives is prejudice, regardless of what the response is. The matter is lies before court. We're talking self-incrimination, fundamental constitutional rights here. The answer is clear. I will not answer the question before another court. However, he raises the question, if it relates to the merits of that or has an implication to it, he can't be required to answer the question.
My Lord, the witness himself has opened the door to the question.
Mr. Oppenheimer, my concern is sitting here, and this is a matter that may require a serious interrogation, because the essence of the answer he's given is, I'm not going to answer that question because that issue is before another court. Sitting in this court, being a different court to the ordinary courts, what crosses my mind is, how do I interrogate that issue? And to what extent could the court be blamed for if it permits the question to go through and the answer be given? Because we don't know what answer he's going to give. And the consequence thereof result in the complication of prejudice. And I may be incorrect, but the sense I get, it's referring to a criminal case. Well, you see also there we now confronted with a situation where this court doesn't apply the same standard as the standard that would be used in that court. That court uses a very high standard. And this court uses ordinarily a much relaxed standard, in fact, much relaxed than even the ordinary civil court. Aren't we running into the risk of compromising certain constitutional rights?
Oh, my Lord, the witness himself has said we don't use real guns on stage because we are engaged in the realm of metaphor. Now, I've asked him a simple question, which is, would you use a real gun on stage? Now, at this juncture, you can say there are court proceedings on that very issue, and on that basis, I won't answer.
That's what he has said. I thought maybe he didn't put it in those, that's my interpretation of what he said, but maybe let's just get him to put it properly on the record and permit me to put the question to the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Malema, you've been asked the question as to whether you would use the gun if you're on a stage. Now, you've suggested that the answer is obvious because there's a going case. Are you suggesting by that you wouldn't want to answer the question, or you're giving an answer that may require somebody to interpret?
The criminal case is before the East London Magistrate Court, and his clients are involved in that matter, where they are alleging that I shot a firearm on the stage in an open space where there was public. whatever answer I give here, it will have implications on that matter. And he's asking it knowingly that there is such a matter before the court.
Okay,
So
yes.
I will not be answering the
Okay, thank you
question.
very much. So
I'm satisfied with that answer, my lord.
okay, thank you, Mr. Malema.
Now, we spoke earlier about you embracing the Constitution, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, do you embrace the Human Rights Commission as a Chapter 9 institution?
Absolutely.
Now, the Human Rights Commission was tasked with this question to determine whether the song "Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer" amounts to hate speech. And I'd like to read you what their finding is and some of their reasoning. The final determination was the slogan, "Kill the Farmer, Kill the Boer," as chanted at the ANC rally in Kimberley and at the funeral of Peter Makabe in Polokwane, is hate speech as defined in terms of section 16(2)(c) of the Constitution. And that tribunal held, the slogan under consideration of this appeal was chanted at high-profile functions organised by the African National Congress, the ruling party in this country. These events and the chanting of the slogans were widely publicised. There can be no doubt that the slogan, given its content, its history and the context in which it was chanted, would harm the sense of well-being, contribute directly to a feeling of marginalisation and adversely affect the dignity of Afrikaners. The slogan says to them that they are still the enemy of the majority of the people of this country. It contributes to alienation of the target community and conveys a particularly divisive message to the majority community, that the target community is less deserving of respect and dignity. This generalized slogan is directed against an entire community of people. Words convey meanings and do cause hurt and injury. There is a real likelihood that this slogan causes harm. What is your view on the finding of the Human Rights Commission?
Yeah, you read long things.
Well, back here, my lord. The first problem is that is one of many other findings of the very same institution on the same subject matter. What is put to the witness is one version, not the second version, which found the exact opposite of what is being suggested. Prejudice one.
Hold on a second, just on that question. The implication is that there's a second version. This is the appeal tribunal. This is the higher authority on it. The implication is being drawn that I've misled the witness by reading something that had been overruled. It's not the case.
I insist, Your Lordship. There are two decisions coming from this process which vary, and one version is given to the client, to the witness. That's the first prejudice. The second is this. It's being asked as a lay witness to interpret the law. It's being asked to interrogate. Firstly, he did not have the benefit of reading what he's referring to. Does not know the merits and the demerits of what he's referring to. And then he's asking him to make a legal analysis on the basis of the document he isn't read or consulted on. The third prejudice is that is precisely why we're here. He's being asked to give an opinion of what this court should find. That's the essence of the question, and that can't be permissible.
On the first question,
yes.
He's read to him the decision of the appellate, of the appeal.
Yes.
Why can't you address the shortcoming in that question in reply? Because I would assume that in your reply, you could say, was this the only finding related to the Human Rights Commission? And that can be clarified at that point.
Yes.
So that doesn't seem to me to sustain. But I would want to get the comment by Mr. Oppenheimer on the second point of it seems to come back to the issue of an opinion. You said prejudice, it doesn't, because that was finalized, as I understand. Yes.
My Lord, I'm not asking the witness for his legal expertise. I'm asking him to respond to the finding of that Human Rights Commission Appeal Tribunal. They've made a finding on this question, on the slogan, "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer," which is, of course, an issue in this matter. Mr. Malema can respond to it however he likes. Yes. It doesn't usurp the power of this court to make determinations about, this present matter.
I don't seem to see any problem with that, Mr. Kasiboto, because all what the witness has been asked, your comment, and you can comment and say, look, this is what the Human Rights Commission found, I agree with them, or I don't agree. That really, for me, it's something that the witness can actually be able to deal with. As to how whatever his answers brings out, it's a matter that you can then debate at the end of this hearing.
Well, what I'm simply saying, Your Lordship, is this. The prejudice to the witness is that, one, he has not access to what is being referred to. He can't interrogate the merits and the demerits. The second issue is he's being asked to comment about the subject matter before Your Lordship. That is the very question before this court. And you're asking a lay witness who's here to give factual version of his account to comment on, in essence, how this court should find. If Your Lordship is satisfied that the question is permissible, well then that's fine. That's just the prejudice I'm raising.
Well, look, I'm in the interest of progress, I'm going to permit the question, and I think both of you can note as a matter to be debated at the end of this hearing.
As the court pleases.
But Mr. Oppenheimer, let me also caution that the way you formulate the question, appreciate that this is a lay litigant.
Yes.
And so we shouldn't actually expect him to express legal opinion on even though those may be matters that are factual from his understanding of the incidences and what has occurred.
Yes. No, I'm not asking for a legal opinion. It's just given that we've had quite a long discussion between it, it might be fair to the witness for me to state it again.
Yes.
And maybe I'll do it a bit, I might break it up as well, and we can do it a bit more peacefully.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll start with the determination. The determination of that tribunal was the slogan, "Kill the farmer, kill the Boer," as chanted at the ANC youth rally in Kimberley and at the funeral of Peter Makabe at Polokwane, is hate speech as defined in section 16(2)(c) of the Constitution. Let's start there. What is your view on that determination by the body?
I disagree. Our struggle was never a hate. Our struggle was a struggle for a just cause, and it still is to date.
Then in the reasoning it states, the slogan under consideration in this appeal was chanted at high-profile functions organized by the African National Congress, the ruling party in this country. These events and the chanting of these slogans were widely publicized. There can be no doubt that the slogan, given its content, its history, and the context in which it was chanted, would harm the sense of well-being, contribute directly to a feeling of marginalization, and adversely affect the dignity of Afrikaners. Let's start there. The reasoning of the tribunal is that the singing of this song targets a group, an identifiable group, farmers, and it says, "You are worth less, you are worthy of being killed," that it creates a sense of marginalization. What is your response to that?
It's incorrect, because I've explained to you that we're not targeting any individuals. Ours is a struggle against a system of oppression that has robbed us of our land and our economy, and that's what we're engaged in.
Do you think that those farmers are a part of that system of oppression?
They are the beneficiaries of the system.
Are they responsible? Should they be held accountable, those farmers?
Well, when the system collapses, they will all appreciate that we are all equal, and therefore there is no one who is superior to the other. And that's how they will take accountability.
Are they equal now?
They are not. They've got more, and we have less.
Do you understand there's different kinds of equality? There's equality in terms of material assets, and then there's equality in terms of inherent worth and inherent dignity. Do you think inherent worth and inherent dignity and an equality before the law?
Yeah.
Do you think farmers have inherent worth, inherent dignity, and should be treated equally before the law?
They are treated equally before the law.
And they are equals, they are moral equals.
They are equal to all of us, but the difference, my lord, is that economically they are at an advanced stage and they were privileged for them to be there. That's an inequality I'm talking about. Remember when we started in the morning, I know it's in the afternoon, we said political freedom has been ushered in. What is incomplete now is an economic freedom. There's still an economic apartheid that must be dismantled for the benefit of all.
And if I understand your evidence as well, the dismantling that those that have more, that must be taken from them and it must be given to those that have less so that you have equality of items. Is that correct?
We must share.
Yes.
Yes.
And that, in other words, if there is a wealthy black farmer, he must give to the poor black farmers.
I'm happy you mentioned it because when we say farmer, we don't say white farmer or black farmer. We say farmers who have become the face of land dispossession in this country. So there is no black farmer or white farmer who's going to lose a farm. All we are saying is that those who have, they will continue to have their own, and this abundant land that people just go around bragging to boost their egos and not using it for any productivity will then be given for those who don't have. And in that sense, we are now equal.
Now, the finding of the tribunal is that the song contributes to the marginalization of a community. It makes them feel less worthy because they are being isolated and targeted. What's your response to that?
Their economic standing in society will never make them feel less worthy.
It's not.
That's what actually makes them to behave as supremacists. They do so because their standing in society economically has put them ahead of other races, and therefore there's nothing that can make them feel worthless. With such material position in their position, there's no way.
I was going to stop you there. You mentioned ahead of other races.
Huh?
You said makes them ahead of other races. Is that correct that you said that?
It makes them ahead of other race.
Other race?
Yes.
So there's an equivocation that you seem to do here. We say, no, farmers are black people and white people. But then when I ask you, you say, no, they're making themselves ahead of other races. So what do you mean?
My brother, the farmers are white predominantly, and you know that. So when you talk farming, you talk white. There will be small portion, very insignificant black. It doesn't mean there is black and white farmers. Mathematically speaking, it will not make even any sense. So you know that farmer is white, but there will be small pockets of black people who are in the farming community, who are playing very insignificant role and depends on the crumbs of the white farmers. The goats that are not in good shape, the sheep that are not in good shapes, cows with skin crisis, those ones are sold to them at a cheaper price because they must try something called farming. The black farmers are struggling, and they are not even a group that is worth counting when you want to talk politics of farming.
So when you say farmer, you're saying statistically what you mean most of the time, almost all the time, are white people.
When I say farmer, I see a white person, right? When I mention the word farmer, I see a white person. But it doesn't do away with the fact that they are black farmers. The reason why I see a white person is because blacks are so extremely insignificant in terms of land ownership and farming in South Africa.
You can just continue playing that video.
Ah!
So there, we've just established that when you conceive of farmers in your mind, you think of a white person. And when you're singing the song, shoot to kill, kiss the Boer, the farmer, are you targeting a racial group then?
You see, you're putting the kiss and the kill. I told you that the kiss is aiming at offending white supremacists, because they will never derive any comfort on any leader calling for black people to kiss white people, because they don't want that. So our aim is to unsettle and disrupt white supremacists, and we make no apology when we speak about that.
So when you are making hand gestures, pow with the gun, right? And you're talking about shoot to kill, you say kiss the Boer, the farmer. Are those guns directed at the farmer?
They are directed at the farmer, yes, because the farmer in this instance is the system. So the system is used interchangeably with the farmer. That's what it means. So when we say shoot to kill, kill a man, we're shooting at the system.
Now, you sang this song outside the courts in Senegal. I want to give us a sense of context.
Where?
We can go to that section. No, I'm going to ask him to fast forward to Senegal.
There is no farm done. Let's put this to an end. There is no farm dance in South Africa. There are no white farmers being killed in South Africa.
Now I've got two questions. The first is the beginning of that video.
Just before we get there, Lordship, can counsel correct himself, because the proposition was he sang the song in Senegal and he purported to show a video of him singing there. So if this line of questioning is going to move from that false premise, it would need to be corrected first.
Yes, no, I intend to correct that. I think it's fair to say that when I say you, I mean the EFF, not Mr. Malema, and I'll proceed on that basis. So that video starts with an extract from a speech that you gave in Senegal. Is that correct?
Which one?
That where that starts. There's a speech in Senegal in October where you were present. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And the extract of that speech says there are no farm murders. There are no white people being killed. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And then there's footage of the crowd. In other words, the party singing the song or the chant, kill the Boer, kill the farmer. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Now,
just one more thing, Your Lordship, again. In fairness to the witness, if a proposition is put, it must be factual, because the answer will move from an assumption that the proposition is correct. The proposition by counsel is that, by my learned friend, is that members of the EFF led and sang the song. I've just been advised by my attorney, who's more astute than I am, that the person who was actually leading the song has no suggestion that he's an EFF member. One is not wearing a t-shirt of such a nature, nor does he declare himself to be one. So if you can just correct that again,
my Lord, then maybe we should just go back to that extract and we can see and the witness can respond. So let me ask you the question. Are those members of the EFF singing the song, or chanting, kill the Boer, kill the farmer?
I didn't know, my lord. For you to be a member of the EFF, you have to pay 10 rand, get a card, and that card gives you a status of a member. So there's no display of cards. There's no, the person in the main doesn't wear the EFF regalia. So membership is not a t-shirt. Membership is a card.
Then will you condemn those people that were singing that song?
No, I won't.
You won't?
No, I won't.
Why
You
not?
see, in Senegal, my brother, is that it's a community, those people you see there. It's a community protesting against white supremacists. They are agitated. They are angry at what the white supremacists have done in that court, where they broke into police station, chased the police away, broke into the court, fired guns right on the face of two females who were managing the door at the court. And the people respond in a manner they did to show their displeasure at what happened. They never killed any Boer. They were singing to show that they are angry. Do not take away the right of our people to show the white supremacists that they no longer have a place here in South Africa. So for me to condemn them will be to promote the white supremacists. So I'm not going to do that.
Why do you play this funny game where you say those guys wearing EFF t-shirts, I can't see their cards, I don't know if they're EFF members, but of course I'm not willing to condemn them. Why play that game?
No, I'm not playing any game. Two things that you must get right. One, are those EFF members? I'm answering the question on membership, and I clarified to what is a member of the EFF. For you to be a member, you must pay 10 rand. That 10 rand must be deposited and must have a card of the EFF. That's number one. Therefore, I said to my Lord, I can't say to my Lord, these are EFF members, without me confirming that they are members. Therefore, I can, with confidence, say these are members of EFF. That's number one. Number two, I said to you, this is a community. So it's a concoction of everything. I was in Senegal. We had white African right-wingers there. We had Afriforum members there, including some black Afriforum member who looks very familiar with that one who killed the Boer, killed the farmer. He had changed himself. A black Afriforum member changed himself in Senegal. If you go there, you will see that. And then we even had the ANC at Senegal protesting. My Lord, we know, those who engage in the struggle, that for every protest, the regime, especially the white supremacists, will deploy agent provocateurs amongst our people to provoke us or to provoke the police. Now, for me to come here and say, these are our members, and that agent provocateur responds tomorrow on Twitter that Malema said I'm their member, I'm not their member. I can't say it's our member. But they sang the song. The context is they were angry with the actions of white supremacists, and they were justifiable to act in the manner they did. You're not going to tell them how they must be angry. They were very angry, but what we appreciate of that community is that they never took law into their hands. They used the song to demonstrate their displeasure at white right-winger racists who had showed the law in Senegal that they've got no regard for it.
I'm going to put a different proposition to you.
Sure.
So your proposition is that the reason why they were singing their song or chanting this was to show displeasure to the vigilante group that attacked the court.
Yes.
Now, the reason why there was a court hearing in the first place was that Brendan Horner, a 21-year-old, was murdered and his body was put on display on a pole. Now, he was a farm manager. The simple reading, when a crowd sings, kill the Boer, kill the farmer, is that they are celebrating the killing of Brendan Horner.
You're thinking very low of black people. Must be ashamed of yourself. Be ashamed of yourself. How can our people celebrate death? Our people have never done that. These people are, my Lord, they were not even going to court. They were never part of the court. Until the court staff had to go and lock itself in a room where right-wingers, gangsterism went to break the court, where right-wingers turned the police van upside down and police were helpless. The people said, we will defend our institutions of democracy, and they did that. And when they arrived there, they were showing their displeasure. These people are angry at what these white right-wingers have done. And in showing their displeasure, you say they were celebrating. My Lord, after that, one, those white African right-wingers never went back to court to mess up the court. Two, our people never went back there because order was restored in Senegal. Police had given up and ran away. Our people went to defend their police, which is a revolutionary thing to do when the democratic state is under attack by vigilantism. The people themselves have got a duty to take up the streets and make sure they defend the institutions of democracy. And I'm happy that I was leading from the front to restore order in Senegal against vigilante groups which were destroying the courts and the police station in Senegal. There's no celebration there. There's no single poster, my Lord, that can be shown on this video. What a good riddance. The Boer died. Good thing, happy. And when we celebrate, we bring all types of things, by the way. If you see us celebrating, there is trumpets, there is goo-boo, all types of things. We bring them together and we celebrate. So here, it's not a celebration, my Lord. It's an occupation of picket lines where people demonstrate their dissatisfaction with the conduct of Afrikaner vigilantism that displayed itself some few days before.
Let me ask you, you started that speech by saying there are no farm murders.
Yes.
And no white people are being murdered.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
There are no farm murders, my Lord. There is murder. It's not directed at farmers. There is just a general killing of people in this country because the security of this country has collapsed. So you can't classify it like that, because then you are suggesting a certain group of people, because of their race, must be elevated over the matter that we see in the township.
That's not the suggestion. You don't, the way you phrased that, you said there are no white people being murdered. Let's talk about that.
No, there are no white people who are being murdered. There are no farmers who are being murdered. If you complete that speech, there is murder going on in this country because we are occupying a crime scene. South Africa has become a crime scene. So leave putting the race to it. To stop saying white people are being killed. Stop saying farmers are being killed. You must say our people are being killed. Yeah,
that strikes me as very strange, because your approach throughout is to focus on racial suffering. So black people are being targeted by colonial oppressors.
Yes.
Right. You have no problem saying that. But then if people want to say, well, these farmers are being attacked, and you identify farmers as being white people, then you want to deny it. Then you want to say, no, there's nothing to see here. Why?
White, black people were discriminated as a race. It was a conscious decision to discriminate black people as a race. And in dealing with that violent, racist attack on black people, you have to classify them as black people because they were discriminated as a race. In this context, my Lord, farmers and white people are not being killed for race purposes. They are being killed because crime is out of hand in South Africa. And to even equate that to the segregation of black people as a race, to what I'm talking about, that there is no program, there is no conscious decision taken anywhere that farmers and white people must be killed. There is just general problem of crime, there's a problem of murder, and it's increasing, and police are failing to handle it.
I'd like to refer you then to the evidence of Mr. Roots. You could turn to, it's page 202 of the bundle, and and page 164 of the book. I don't know if your counsel have a copy that they can give you.
No, I can't read Lutz's book. I refuse.
I'll read it to you.
Yeah, but I don't want that. I'm not going to be used, my Lord, to promote Ruth's book. Ruth came here to promote his book. And to...
Mr. Malema, I think let's do it this way. Let Mr. Oppenheimer read to you what he says and you can then respond.
Yes, I'm giving you the opportunity to have the book in front of you. If you don't want the opportunity, then I'll read it to you and then you're not being prejudiced. Page 164 of the book, my Lord. The heading there is Murdering Farmers. There have also been many cases where white farmers in particular were murdered and where their attackers openly acknowledged that they had committed murder because that had been their intention. Other than that, many cases of farm attacks during which the attackers chanted political slogans or made racist or political statements towards their victims have been reported. In April 2010, Leon Kokomor, at the age of 39, was attacked on his farm near Cullinan in Gauteng. The attackers screamed the words, "Die, white man, die, Viva Malema," as they were attacking Kokomor. In June 2014, Knowledge Paulus Mdlazi, 28, admitted to murdering 5 white farmers in 3 months between March and June 2014. Quotes, "My hate for white people made me do it," he said. He described his conduct as, quotes, "going to work," and boasted in the courtroom about the fact that he had 6 murders under his belt. Quotes, "They also had money which he wanted," the judge said, once again proving that a murderer can have a racist motive as well as a simultaneous motive to commit robbery, disproving the notion that a farm attacker can only have a single motivation, as was assumed by the Committee of Inquiry into Farm Attacks of 2003. Now, Mr. Malema, I'm giving you 2 instances where a white person is killed, and from the words that they've said, it's clear that there is a racist intent. This is not ordinary crime. A person is killed because they are white. Now, do you deny that?
Well, your code...
Yes, again, Your Lordship, we're dealing with a lay witness here, and evidently hasn't read the book. Now, if the proposition is put as fact, then the fact must have, the authority for that must accompany it. The text that's been read by my learned friend here, it says by Mr. Watts, and that's the footnote. It says personal interview with Piwenyan. No article, no report, no judgment. So it must be clear that, my apologies, Your Lordship. So if you go to this account,
page 164.
Page 164, footnote 46. Footnote 46 appears on page 365.
Yes, I found that.
Now, that footnote is reference to the text that was read by my dear friend earlier. And then one would have expected you find a news article of a sort, you find the actual judgment or anything of the sort. But all it says is personal interview with Piwenyan. Now, other than that being hearsay for one, the second issue is it must not be put as fact. It must rather be referenced as such. Mr. Rhodes had a personal interview with this guy. This is his version. We have a response to it.
Yes, Mr. Oppenheimer?
Well, my Lord, what I'm putting to the witnesses that this is in testimony that Mr. Rhodes gave them is in the book. An argument, it can be dealt with as to the underlying sources of that material. But I'm putting 2 cases.
But you're putting those cases as factual incidences that has occurred.
Yes.
And I didn't pick this one up during Mr. Rhodes' testimony that in fact 46, footnote 46 relates to an interview with a person. I think what the objection is, or the point that's been made, let it be put to the witness in its true nature, that there is something written in the book that relates to incidences in 2010 and 2014, and those incidences the source thereof comes from Mr. Nyanda.
My Lord, my attorney refers me to an article in Landbouw of 12th April 2010, which is Plaas aanvallers skree wewe Malema.
What page?
That's at page 367 of the book. Yes.
But does that relate to the portion you are reading to the witness? Because from what I've seen, the portion which has been footnoted, it's footnote 64.
46. It appears that
I didn't see any other footnote, and that's what I was looking at, in fact.
Yes, it appears that the correct footnote, they're both titled 46.
Okay.
So it's the correct footnote, from what I understand, is on page 367. So it's that 46, not the 46 that's on page 365.
46 on 360.
So 365 has a footnote 46, which refers to personal interview. 367 has a 46, which I gather is the correct footnote to reference that incident, which is on Landbouw, and it says Plaas aanvallers skree wewe Malema. So in other words, it does refer to a newspaper article, and it's dated 12th of April 2010. So that's the correct footnote. So my learned friend is correct to point out that there's a problem with the footnote referencing. It's not the personal interview. The correct reference is in fact this newspaper article. So my Lord, it's, in other words, the portion that is stated, the first portion is in April 2010.
I've lost the page number now.
Oh, in the book, it's 164. Yes. So, in other words, 164, I referred to a particular incident. And then I'll correct the other footnote as well. In other words, the incident is, there's a footnote 46 and there's a footnote 47.
I think in the interest of time, Mr. Oppenheimer, let's look at the objection that's been raised. The objection is put to the witness what is stated in the book and the source of that which is stated in the book.
That's fair.
Because if you state it, when any ordinary reading of this portion, or I'm not sure whether, because some of us would come with the baggage of being lawyers, you immediately ask yourself, was this in a court? Is this a case that's reported? You see the point I'm making? So if the witness is not aware, he's now going to have to answer unaware as to whether this report, what its source is, in other words. So if you could indicate that this is the source, he'd be able to deal with it in terms of what the source of that information
is. That's perfectly fair, my Lord. Then I'm going to read those extracts and then point to the underlying sources. So the first instance says, in April 2010, Leon Kokemoor, age 39, was attacked on his farm near Cardinal in Gauteng. The attackers screamed the words, "Die, white man, die, Viva Malema," as they were attacking Kokemoor. Now, the source for that is landbouw.com, 12th of April 2010, Plaas aanvallers skree Malema. The second one is in June 2014, Knowledge Paulus Ndlazi, 28, admitted to murdering 5 white farmers in 3 months between March and June 2014. Quote, "My hate for white people made me do it," he said. He described his conduct as merely going to work and boasted in the courtroom about the fact that he had 6 murders under his belt. They also had money which he wanted, the judge said, once again proving that a murderer can have a racist motive as well as a simultaneous motive to commit robbery, disproving the notion that a farm attacker can only have a single motivation, as was assumed by the Committee of Inquiry into Farm Attacks. Now, 47, which ends up, the judge said, that references an IOL article, Independent Online, 24th of June 2016, and the article was entitled, "My Hate for White People Made Me Do It." Now, you'd stated earlier that there are no murders of white people. What you say you mean by that is they are just murders. Now, I've given you two examples where the contention is that these are racially motivated. When someone says,
murders. He said there are no farm murders, but there are murders in the country. Because the use of the word just into what he said, it seems to me to, looking for a better word, almost diminishing the importance of the other murders. I didn't hear him to be saying, I'm diminishing all the other murders. He said there are generally murders in the country. In fact, he says this country is a crime scene.
yes.
Yes, so I think
Let me try and put it clearly then. So first of all, is it your contention that there is a murder problem in South Africa? Is it your contention that there's a problem with murder in South Africa?
Yes, yes.
Now, I've given evidence, well, I'm giving you two examples of cases that are reported on in the book and in newspaper articles of people that were murdered with racial motives on the grounds because they were white. Do you accept that it could be a reason to murder someone through racial hatred because someone is white?
You see, one, the book you are reading from is badly written and is not peer-reviewed and therefore cannot be used as an authority. Two, in the same book, the discredited book that uses this court to sell itself, said, I've got a Facebook page where I wrote things on my Facebook. It is not disputed yet, my lord, that I've got no Facebook page and therefore I could not have written the things that the book says I've written. So this book has got no authority.
Let me stop you there. Let's just deal with this contention around
No, but you read to me a book. Am I answering that book?
Yes, no, I just want to pause you there.
You bring a book here that is so discredited and written by a non-thinker, and you want me to engage with a person with a brain the size of a peanut. I cannot do that. There is no problem of white people being killed. There is no problem of farmers being killed, my lord. Because if you want to use that in comparison with black people during apartheid, it was a system designed to kill our people. The wars of dispossession, the 1976 June 16 uprising, the riots of the 80s, the system attacked our people and killed them. Now, in this case, there is no system that said, we now are going to kill white people.
I think let's focus on the question so that we can finish.
Yes.
I really want to finish this matter by the end of this week because I've got other commitments that I've got to take on next week. And if this end up in a reserve judgment, a reserve apartheid, it's something that I would hate to do. I don't like apartheids. I think the question, maybe if you permit me, Mr. Oppenheimer, Mr. Malema, I think the proposition or the points made to you is that we hear your point about the status of the book. We've noted that. But the point that's been put to you is that in this book, it has been reported that in April 2010, Mr. Kukemu, who, when you read from the book, it suggests that he was a farmer. On June 2014, Knowledge Paulos Mdlanzi admitted having murdered a white farmer. So that's the question that now is being asked to you in the context of you having said there are no white farmers being killed. What's your response to that?
That's supposed to be a decision by the system that we're going to kill white farmers. There is no any establishment that has taken a conscious decision to engage on the killing of white farmers. There will be individuals informed by acts of criminality who engage in those types of activities, and therefore it cannot be generalized, my lord, to a point where the UN must be addressed that there is a problem of murdering white farmers in South Africa, as if there was an institutional decision to do so.
let me ask you a simple question. Seems like you can have institutional discrimination and you can have individual acts of discrimination. Is that correct?
No, it's an individual act of criminality.
Can an individual have a racist intent and act on it?
Absolutely, like the one who wrote the book.
Now, is it the case then? Your denial is a very broad denial. There are no white people being killed. You now want to say, well, what I mean by that is there's no gigantic system in place which calls for the orchestrated killing of white people. You know, that's not what you said in your speech. You use very short language, say, to deny. In other words, it's the kind of move that Holocaust deniers make. They say, no, I'm going to say there was no Holocaust, but when you ask me about it, what I'm going to do is say, well, maybe the numbers are different, you know, I'm going to moderate it, I'm going to do a Martin Bailey strategy where I say the outrageous thing, and then when under pressure I sort of pull it back. That's what you're doing, really.
I never said, no, this matter. No, I never said that.
Again, Your Lordship, we revert to this idea of distortion. This question was put to the witness earlier. His response was, you play a short clip which does not give a context. You play what you want to play, and you do not allow the video to run so that we have full context. Because the witness says, immediately after saying what you are quoting, I qualified that by saying there's a general criminal problem of murders in general. So the idea that there's no farm murders and there's no white murders is that you seek to isolate out of what is a general problem, which is of murder. And that's the context the witness gave. To now suggest that all he said was that is misleading.
My Lord, that speech was shown in court as a 20-minute speech. The salient portion of it for our purposes is that Mr. Malema issues two denials. The one is he says there are no farm murders and no white people are being murdered. In court he then says, I'm going to gloss that, I'm going to downplay it, I'm going to say something different. And my point is that's not what you said to the crowd. So you get to have your cake and eat it. You get to say the outrageous thing to the crowd, and then in front of these cameras and in front of this court you can present yourself as someone moderate. And that's the game that you're playing.
I never said I'm someone moderate. I'm very radical and very militant, and I make no apology about that. And I stand by everything I said. My Lord, let them play you the whole video. I said, and I remember it very well, there is no farm murder, there are no white people being murdered in South Africa, there is a crisis of murder in South Africa. And this thing of elevating the killing of white people as if it's more important than other people who are being killed in the township, it's wrong. Let them play the whole video. And not even the whole video. Just from where they cut it, I take it further there. Because if you check where they cut it, it's not thank you. So he wants to create an impression that I say something else outside and I come here and say something else. I'm saying the same thing consistently from when I was in Congress of South African Students. Everything I say, I said it when I was still young. And I keep on repeating it because they've not been achieved, the strategic objective of the revolution. So never create any doubt that I will come here and change. No, play the whole video. You will hear me saying that South Africa has got a problem of murder.
Now, you're playing an interesting game here where you want to say this is elevating the murder of white people to some higher status. But actually what it is that you're doing is downplaying it by saying, well, other people are murdered in other areas, we shouldn't pay any particular attention to this.
I'm not downplaying it. Murder is murder. It knows no color. And therefore, all of murder cases must be dealt with as such, whether white or black. That's what your client is seeking to do, to elevate and create an unnecessary panic. My Lord, this is how the Afriforum exists. It creates the state of panic amongst the white minorities, and then say we are taking these people head on, donate money. And that's how they make their money. They create unnecessary panic amongst white people. So if you take that clip like that, and then you circulate it amongst your constituency and say this is what we want to stop, please donate money. Then they make money like that. They make money out of scaring the white minority, even on matters that are simply explained. This video is an example of such. It can't be played, all of it, because it defeats your racist agenda.
We have played it.
Where we show that in South Africa, you know, the women and the children, the numbers are way bigger than the numbers you are talking about.
Just, we're backing and forth on this issue. His version is that the video has been played in full, including what he says immediately after where he suggests it's been cut.
Mr. Kasiboto, the issue of the video seems to like an aside issue. The witness has said, I've said what I've said in the video, I said previously and I'll say it again.
No, but the point is this, Your Lordship. He's saying, immediately after the video, he qualified what is being attributed to him. And he's saying the video does not show that part. Mr. Oppenheimer, the suggestion is this: play the video up until the point the witness suggests he qualified his statement, so that we have full context of what he's saying. It's prejudicial to the witness to say, you said there's no foul murders, there's no white murders. That creates an impression. His suggestion is, if you keep playing, immediately after that, you will hear him say, because it's a general problem, not just of white murders.
I hear you, Mr. Kasiboto, but the witness has answered that question fully.
Yes.
It may be that lawyers at this point, you need to argue it at the end of it to analyze his evidence. But for me, he's answered the question. He firstly says, I've heard what he said in the video. The video goes up to a particular point. It doesn't deal with everything else, and then he suggests that it be played, the whole thing be played. I'm not sure, in the context of where we are in terms of this case, it's necessary, particularly taking into account the overall evidence that's been led by the witness as we are. So, I'll permit the question, let's proceed and finalize.
Well, I'm going to ask a couple of short questions and then suggest that we adjourn until tomorrow. Given that we're at about 10 to 4.
How much long are you going to be with this witness?
I intend on continuing tomorrow in quite much more detail. We've got 3 days left. I understand that the respondents...
No, Mr. Oppenheimer, I told you in chambers, I don't like this idea of lawyers thinking that once dates are given to a judge, it means the judge is just sitting here. No. This court is under tremendous pressure. And I think us as judges, we've committed to saying, as soon as there's an opening, you must then contact those in authority and avail yourself or do some other work. Now, it's not, and remember, you were given 10 days at my request. Your original request was 5 days. So you're running the risk that, by the way, you are out of your time limit. But I don't want this notion that, and I think it must be cleaned from the minds of lawyers. This court just doesn't have the time. I wish it had the time, but it just doesn't have the time. The notion that you are given 5 days, therefore we can proceed on the 5 days now, it's wrong. And so if we finish tomorrow, I can assure you, you will see the way the system works now, it will be picked up that Molatlegi is now free and there's something that he needs to do. Okay, but my anxiety now, tomorrow it's Thursday. He still has how many witnesses? You still have an expert witness. I don't know how long that witness takes. And if it overflows, it's not finished on Friday, then we have a problem.
Yes, my lord, I from my discussions with but I anticipate that I'll need to continue cross-examining the witness tomorrow. And Mr. Rutz's testimony, which was the majority testimony for the complaint, I think lasted 3 days. This will be 2 days for Mr. Malema.
That's fine. Let's finish for today then.
Just for a second, Lordship, just so we manage time, can we perhaps get a sense from my learned friend in terms of time frames, hours and minutes thereabout, how long it intends to take? Because I would have suggested to this court, if it's going to take an extra hour and a half, 2 hours, then perhaps we could consider the idea of finishing with this witness today and then start with the expert witness tomorrow.
My Lord, the difficulty, of course, with cross-examination is that it depends on how long the answer is. I wouldn't want to keep us here until 6 tonight, only to say I need to keep on answering questions. There is days available. I don't foresee cross-examining Mr. Malema beyond tomorrow, and that I understand that the last remaining witness could be dealt with on
say
Friday.
to me, not beyond tea time tomorrow. If you say not beyond tomorrow, it means tomorrow by this time we'll still be on this witness.
I imagine that we'll be finished with this witness by tomorrow, by the end of tomorrow, and that then on Friday the final witness will be able to testify, be cross-examined, and be re-examined by the end of Friday.
Well, that seems like something beyond my control. You've heard what my views are. Then let's finish whatever questions you wanted to ask today, and then we'll take it up from there.
As the court pleases. Mr. Mayor, there's two questions I'd like to ask you, given our discussion about the nature of murder, and you've testified that murder has no color and murder is wrong. So, are you willing to condemn the murder of white people?
No, I'm willing to condemn murder, not of white people.
If white people are...
You keep on emphasizing white people. That's racism and that's white supremacy. That's white supremacy. It's a very offensive question you are asking me. I've just given you an example of women and children who are being killed in this country. I'm willing to condemn murder, more than willing, but not of white people. I'm not going to play in the hands of white supremacists.
Let me ask you a simple question. Are you willing to condemn the murder of children?
Yes.
And the murder of women?
Yes.
And the murder of Indian people?
No, the murder of our people. It must not be racially classified. But when it comes to women, those people have suffered a serious oppression, a triple oppression, as isolated community, and war declared on them. They've suffered as black women, they suffered as women, they suffered as a working class. We have to elevate them, and we have to bring to light that women are being abused and killed. That cannot be compared with white people who are in power.
So, if someone said they condemn the killing of black people, would you have a problem with them saying that?
Well, why should you do that? We condemn the killing of people, in particular women and children.
But not in particular any racial groups?
Don't involve me in your racist politics. I'm not part of that. I don't do race politics of wanting to say, no, this race is superior. If he is killed, one person killed in that race is an equivalent of 100 killed in the other race.
No such claim has been made.
That's what you are doing?
If a black person and a white person are killed, one on each side, would you say that is equally bad?
Come again?
If one black person and one white person are killed, is that equally bad?
It's very bad. Murder is wrong.
Are they equally bad?
They're equally bad. It's murder.
Yes.
It must be treated as such. We've seen you marching here for farm murders and all of that. You have never marched for killing of a woman. You have never marched for a murder that occurs in the townships there. Because yours is race. It's not murder. It's not crime. You are pursuing racist politics.
When you say you, just can we clarify that?
I told you when I say you, I mean your client.
Yes. Now, are you willing to condemn the murder of Brendan Horner?
Who?
Are you willing to condemn the murder of Brendan Horner?
Who's that?
Brendan Horner is the farmer who was murdered. And that's why there was a court case in Senegal.
Huh?
The reason why there was a court case in Senegal is because Brendan Horner, who was 21 years old, who was a farm manager, was murdered, and his body was put on a pole. And I imagine that you would have been aware of that because you appeared in Senegal. I'm asking a very simple question. Are you willing to condemn his murder?
I will condemn murder as an act of criminality. But, my lord, again, there is a new definition of a farmer now, that a farm manager is also a farmer. Because we thought that when you say farmers, you are referring to the farm owners. But let's put it differently. There are many black people who are killed there in the farms. It's never called a farm murder. But when there is a white worker who's not an owner, it's called a farm murder. But when it's a black person who dies in the farm, it's not called a farm murder.
If you had read Mr. Ritz's book, you would note that those farm attacks and farm murders explicitly include people of all races.
Where has Mr. Roots and his cohorts gone to march and turned police vans upside down because there is a black farmer, referring to a worker, farmer, killed in a farm? Where? Don't tell me about what he writes in the book. Tell me if he has ever marched because a black person has been killed, my lord, in a farm and killed by a white farmer. Where has he ever marched? He has never marched because his is racism. The hours are called workers. They are paid with alcohol. They are ill-treated. They are not regarded as farm workers even when they are working in the... they are not regarded as farmers even when they are working there. But now, if a white farm worker dies, we are told it's a farm murder. And then there must be a march. When our people die every day in the farms, some of them killed by white farmers, you never march. The hypocrisy.
That, if you'd been present in court, you'd have noted that the pastoral counsellor talked about what Afriforum's trauma unit does when there is a farm attack, and that black people and white people are affected by those farm attacks, and they play a role in counselling everyone who's affected by it, black and white. So they do care about assisting those that are traumatized by attacks regardless of their race.
It's not true. You just pick up here and there so that you look smart to deal with this dark cloud over your head of racism, that you exist to perpetuate racial divisions in our country. So you'll choose this case there, you'll choose the case of a lady that is allegedly been beaten by Mrs. Grace Mugabe because there is a mileage there, such things, you know. But other than that, you have no program, none whatsoever, to protect black life in the farms. That's the point I'm making. So if there are people you are cancelling, it's just this one or that one, there and there, but otherwise it's not generally that what you stand for.
Does the EFF have a program to protect the lives of black workers on farms?
The EFF has got a program to protect the people of South Africa, in particular black people. And the farm workers, the security guards, the domestic workers who are consistently raped in houses here by their bosses, they are our priority. We fight for them and we protect them.
I find it astounding, this sort of gaslighting that you engage in, where you refer to Afriforum as race baiters, and then you consistently describe yourselves as people who don't care about race, and then you say black people in particular. Now, how does that work? How do you reconcile those notions?
It's very important to emphasize that, because those are the victims of your oppression. We want to liberate, my Lord, everyone, black and white, but in particular blacks and Africans in particular. It doesn't mean we're not including the other race. We're putting an emphasis where the oppression is taking place. And we to ask us to keep quiet about emphasizing black people is to ask us to die in silence. Because every time we expose this discrimination and oppression on black people, it embarrasses you internationally.
If there was a group that said murder is wrong, but the murder of white people in particular is wrong, wouldn't you describe that as white supremacist?
It is. It will be.
So aren't you a black supremacist?
It will be factually incorrect. When you put an emphasis, is because majority of that which you condemn is taking place at that level.
the last part, the question was a preamble to the question that was posed. He's saying, you saying in particular black people, aren't you a black supremacist? Am I? Yes.
No, my lord. There is a unrest in South Africa. It takes place more in KwaZulu-Natal in July and Gauteng. And you take a platform and condemn all of violence, particularly the one we have seen in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. You are putting an emphasis where this is happening. So if you are to put emphasis on white people, on what? Because they are the power. On what? You'll put emphasis on them. On what? We want to give our people water, more in particular white people. Where?
So in other words, if you say we want to provide services to our people, particularly black people,
yes,
that's fine.
That's where the services are not happening. We give services to all, but in particular to black people found in the rural areas and in the township. It's a matter of emphasis.
Yes, and my point to you is that, in other words, if the emphasis is made in one direction, it's totally fine. If it's made in the other direction, it's racist and supremacist. And that strikes me as a contradiction.
No, there is no contradiction. There is a general statement for all of us, and then which gets to be particularized because of the victimhood of those that you are putting emphasis on. They remain the victims. Black people remain the victims.
Can there be white victims?
Where?
Is it possible for there to be white victims?
Where?
In South Africa?
No.
There can be no white
not
victims?
Not at the current moment. No. The white people are the power.
Let's just pause on this for a second. What is the race of the president?
Which president?
The president of South Africa.
Ramaphosa?
Yes.
He's black.
And how many people are in his cabinet?
I don't know, 26 or so.
Are any of them white?
Yeah.
How many?
Very few of them.
And the head of the police, what is his race?
Black.
And of the army?
Black.
And I could keep going on.
Yeah.
The claim that white people are in power, when I've listed all of the levers of political power to you, and you say that those people are black, that strikes me as out of touch with reality.
Then let's go to the real power, not this imaginary power you're talking about. How many companies are owned by black people at the JSE?
You can tell me.
So, I gave you answers. I said, when you asked me a question, I said 26 and all. Now you say, I ask you a question, you say, tell me. Your answer is 2. Because you know that if you give the correct answer, it will show the real power.
I'm not a witness.
The economic power of this country is in the hands of white people. They are in charge.
So is political power worthless?
Oh, okay. Yes. Sorry, my lord.
Yes. Just tell him.
I don't ask questions. I answer.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm used to asking questions.
Yes. So you can tell me if you'd like. What
the
ownership looks
Johannesburg
like?
Stock Exchange, 80%, if not 90% of it is white owned. Those companies are the ones that control the economy of our country. In South Africa, 90% of the people who own the land are white people. And the white people are less than 15% of the population of South Africa. Africans, who constitute more than 80% of the population, own less than 10% of the land in South Africa. That's power. When you get time tonight, please give yourself an opportunity to read the difference between glory and power. Those things you are telling me is glory. It's not power of blue lights. They are managing the affairs of the state on behalf of the ruling class. And the ruling class is white monopoly capital.
And by that term, white monopoly capital, you would include black billionaires as well, like Patrice Motsepe.
Well, I don't include Patrice Motsepe. I'm not sure if Patrice is a billionaire, Shem. I'm not sure. Sometimes I've got suspicion, my lord, that is an imposter. I'm not sure. I don't agree. I'm not sure. And majority of the people you refer to as black billionaires, by the way, majority of them are imposters. They are posturing. They do not own and control the claims that they are owning. So I don't know. I don't know of any owner of the means of production who is black and African. I can see the people who are fighting to enter that level, but as to whether they own is something else. I don't know. I mean, we were told here, my lord, that our president is a billionaire, that he will never ask money or steal money from anyone. This is the man we must elect. Then, boom, the man has taken money from other billionaires to finance his campaign of CR17. Which billionaire does that? He presides over a party that cannot pay salaries. As a president, it comes back to you that your party hasn't paid salaries. Why would a billionaire not pay salaries of his staff members? I think he just likes being called a billionaire, but the man doesn't have anything, Shem. They just like being called those things. I don't think they are real. I don't know. I doubt.
My lord, that might be a juncture to adjourn until tomorrow.
Your Lordship, mine is a concluding remark. I'm just very well aware of the constraints we have. Your Lordship will be let me remind the Lordship that the entirety of last week was evidence by the other side. Part of this week up until yesterday, again, it was the evidence of the complainant. We're left with 3 days of the total 10 days we're given. Now, the difficulty with that is that now it pushes me in terms of how I structure my argument and how much time I have with my expert. A large part of today dealt with political matters. For the longest time we had a debate around expropriation, without compensation and what have you, political subject matter. Very little of today dealt with the subject matter. So I'm going to ask for the court's tightening in respect of that, and focusing the debate and the trial around the question of Section 10. Politics and everything else, I would submit to your Lordship, has no place before this court. As a matter of fact, perhaps I should ask your Lordship if you are so minded to perhaps see us at Chambers, me and my counsel. But we certainly feel willing in that respect.
My lord, just to be fair, the evidence that was led at the beginning, Mr. Malema, was about the nature of the political party, what its 7 pillars are. That evidence was led in chief, and the complainant must have an opportunity to interrogate that evidence. If there's a complaint about political nature being dealt with today, that concern can't be raised against the complainant. It is the respondent's case, and it's put it forward.
No, Mr. Kasiboto, all I said, and I can see it comes from my comment that I made earlier on. And I'm trying to think now, age just takes away a lot of things. But there was a quote by a colleague of mine in the labor court where he was dealing with the issue of speed and justice. He said something along the lines of expedition resolution of disputes can't trump justice. Now, ultimately, what we would have to do in the circumstances, we'll have to look at it. And I just want to say to you, I don't think that whatever I said should constrain you in preparing for your case. If you need more, and I'm not sure, you said to me you'll have 2 witnesses, but if you need your time, we'll have to find that, unfortunately, or fortunately. So I don't think it should be, let me put it this way, ultimately it would be my responsibility to find the time to deal with whatever remains to be dealt with by the end of this week. So I think let's leave it at that, and we'll take it up from there. Mr. Malema, we're going to adjourn for today you are still under oath, if I may remind you, and that you can't discuss this case with any person without prior permission of the court. Thank you very much. The court shall adjourn.